Chapter 85. The temperature has dropped again. Everyone, please take precautions against the cold. Updated. Go wash up and sleep after reading this. Martial arts, mind, eye and hand as one, mind, chi, and spirit as one. After Illusory Cloud Swordsman finished his lecture and walked out of Seven Lights Hall, Chunzong's head was filled with endless recollections. It was the same for everyone else. They were mumbling to themselves and showing expressions of sudden realization, which were immediately replaced by confusion. Huan Yun's lecture seemed to have enlightened everyone. But when they thought about it carefully, it also felt like there was a thick layer of fog that couldn't be blown away. They couldn't see the true face behind the fog. But no matter what, if one or two experts appeared in this group in the future, it would have a lot to do with today's lecture. Mind, eye, and hand as one is all about the heart, eyes, and hands. The heart, eyes, and hands are indistinguishable and become an inseparable whole. In the small courtyard, Chunzong swung his long sword unconsciously and mumbled to himself. It was a little hard to understand. The heart was the heart, the eyes were the eyes, and the hands were the hands. How could they become an inseparable whole? Normally, when one swung the sword, whether it was a basic move or a rank martial art, one must first have an idea. It was also known as the heart and thoughts. After having an idea, one must lock onto a target. One couldn't just move aimlessly. Finally, one must mobilize one's strength and circulate it in a specific way before releasing it through one's arms or legs. This required a process and some time. According to Huan Yun, the mind, eye, and hand as one who had just entered the realm of martial arts was able to synchronize the three. It seemed to have become an instinct. It's a little hard to understand. Chunzong stopped swinging his sword and shook his head. He felt that this so-called martial arts was still too profound for him. It made sense when he thought about it. In the entire Eastern continent, be it the era of kingdoms or the current true martial era, there had never been a martial artist who could comprehend and master the three in one in the Qi and blood realm. Chunzong felt that it was difficult to comprehend it. The other Qi and blood realm martial artists were confused. The Qi and blood realm experts weren't any better. Let's not think about it for now. Chunzong shook his head. Since he could not figure it out, he decided not to think about it for the time being. He decided to practice his sword first. The Illusory Cloud Swordsman had taught him some simple cultivation techniques that could allow him to increase the number of variations in his sword to a certain extent. As long as he could achieve 9 variations, he would have a chance of stepping into the martial path. The little tricks of true martial realm martial artists were very useful. They were summed up based on their own cultivation and knowledge. The moon was high in the sky. Under the bright moon, Chunzong was still waving his sword. The body of the sword was bright, reflecting the moonlight and rippling like water. Chunzong withdrew his sword and stood there, the sword light converging. He exhaled a long breath. Chunzong practiced with the sword techniques taught by Huan Yun's sword artist for half a day, and he felt that his control of the sword had improved a bit. Based on the foundation of the 5 transformations of one sword, he had improved a bit. However, it was still not easy to reach the 6 transformations of one sword. You have a good comprehension ability. A gentle voice sounded. Chunzong was startled and his hair stood on end. Senior, it's you. Chunzong quickly turned around and heaved a sigh of relief. Huan Yun's sword artist, who was wearing a white robe, was standing in the courtyard. He was bathed in the moonlight and seemed to be constantly changing. At the same time, he also seemed to be standing like a statue. It was very strange. You are very suitable for practicing the sword. Huan Yun's sword artist smiled. Then, he casually pulled out the long sword at his waist. Chunzong felt like he was looking at a cloud, a pure white cloud floating under the moonlight. It was as natural as water. Huan Yun's sword artist swung his sword casually, and it seemed like a cloud was constantly changing. Chunzong couldn't tell how many times he had swung his sword. When he counted to the 10th time, He was dazzled. Huan Yun's sword artist swung his sword again and again. Every move was so casual and calm. Every move contained an unfathomable mystery, and Huan Yun's sword artist could change dozens of times in an instant. Chen Zong felt that he couldn't block any of Huan Yun's sword artist's moves. The gap between them was too big. As he watched, he was subconsciously immersed in it. He seemed to have comprehended something. Huan Yun's sword artist sheathed his sword and didn't say anything. He stood quietly in the courtyard. After a long while, Chen Zong moved again. He swung his sword and stabbed. The speed of his sword was so fast that it flashed under the moonlight. First, he stabbed, then he sliced, lifted, pointed, and collapsed. After performing 5 changes in one sword, Chen Zong's eyes became more focused. His sword didn't stop at all. There seemed to be a surge of energy in his body, causing the sword in his hand to change into a stab again. He stabbed forward as if he was going to pierce through the moonlight. 6 changes in one sword. Huan Yun's sword artist's eyes shone brighter than the moon in the sky. His face was full of admiration, but his heart was filled with shock. This was the first time he had seen a teenager, a martial artist who was only at Qi and Blood Realm level 7, reach the level of one sword 6 changes in one sword technique with his own eyes. He recalled that he had only reached the level of one sword 6 changes in one sword technique when he was in the Force Refining Realm. He had only reached the level of one sword 9 changes in one sword when he was at the peak of the Force Refining Realm. Are you practicing the Lone Star sword technique? Huan Yun's sword artist suppressed his shock and asked. Yes. Chen Zong nodded. He swung his sword and the sword disappeared. Only the Lone Star rose and descended, piercing through the night sky. The Lone Star sword technique was a very famous sword technique during the Kingdom era. It was known for its lethality, and it was the best martial arts of the same level. It was lost after the Kingdom era, and it was obtained by someone more than 100 years ago. After mastering it, he defeated many strong enemies. This person combined the Lone Star sword technique with many other sword techniques. He observed the stars at night and finally created the Earth-level and Heaven-level sword technique. He dominated the Eastern continent and rarely met a match. Huan Yun's sword artist explained, this person was enlightened person Dian Xing. Although Chen Zong knew that the Lone Star sword technique was left behind by enlightened person Dian Xing, he didn't know the reason behind it. He couldn't help but nod. Although the Lone Star sword technique's lethality is shocking, it's also very difficult to master. Without enough comprehension and a good understanding of one's own strength, it's hard to get started. How long have you been practicing it? Huan Yun's sword artist asked. About a month. Chen Zong gave a vague answer. You're really outstanding to be able to master the first level of the Lone Star sword technique to the initial level in a month. Do you know how to master the second level? Huan Yun's sword artist was surprised again. Only the first level. Chen Zong answered honestly. Practice it well. Maybe one day you'll be able to master the way of sword, Huan Yun's sword artist said. He took out a letter and threw it to Chen Zong. Chen Zong caught the letter and glanced at it quickly. When he looked forward again, there was no one there. Senior. Chen Zong called out loudly. There was no response. Huan Yun's sword artist left. It's really hard to predict the actions of a master. Chen Zong thought to himself. The way of sword? What's the difference between it and martial arts? Unfortunately, no one could answer his question. He could only put it aside for the time being. The cover of the letter was gray. It was made of some kind of animal skin. It was a bit thick, but not hard. It felt good to the touch. There was no word on it. After flipping open the animal skin, Chen Zong was stunned. Lone Star Illumination. This is the second level of the Lone Star sword technique. It was a handwritten copy. He didn't know who had copied it, but the content was the second level of the Lone Star sword technique, Lone Star Illumination. It had a detailed cultivation method. In terms of grade, it was a high-grade mortal rank martial art, but its power was stronger than most high-grade mortal rank martial arts. It was very scary. Alright. Soon, Lone Star Illumination will be mastered. When that time comes, I'll be able to cultivate Lone Star Illumination. Chen Zong was secretly happy. Everyone more or less learned something from Huan Yun's sword artist's lecture. After they returned, they began to cultivate. For a time, the Seven Lights Martial Academy became quieter than usual. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the small courtyard, a lone star seemed to have fallen from the sky and descended into the mortal world. After it flickered and disappeared, an iron wooden stake that was much harder than a wooden stake was penetrated, leaving a smooth and flat sword hole. I've finally mastered Lone Star Illumination, Chen Zong smiled. Next, I'll be able to cultivate Lone Star Illumination. There were as many as 18 guided moves of Lone Star Illumination. The circulation of qi and blood power was more complicated, and the number of changes was more. It was also more difficult to cultivate. For Chen Zong, it was a big challenge. But after a long period of being influenced by the mysterious sword tip, his martial arts continued to accumulate, his cultivation increased, and his horizons widened. After listening to Huan Yun's sword artist's lecture, his martial arts cultivation speed increased even faster. 3 days later, on the cliff of Dragonhorn Peak, Chen Zong swung his sword. The sword disappeared, and the sword light turned into a lone star. It flickered at first, as if it was blinking. Then, it exploded with a dazzling light. It was so bright that it seemed to be the only one in the world. The shining lone star suddenly shot forward like lightning. The mountain wall that was full of sword marks was immediately cut open like tofu. It was 5 inches deep. Beside it was a sword hole that was 4 inches deep. It was the result of Lone Star Illumination in the mastery stage. Although there was a difference of 2 inches between 5 inches and 4 inches, the difference in power was huge. One had to know that this kind of mountain wall was very hard. If the sword could penetrate an inch deeper, the power would at least double. The power was great, but the consumption of qi and blood power was also great. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of qi and blood realm 7th stage, he could perform Lone Star Illumination in the mastery stage 7 or 8 times in a row. However, he could only perform Lone Star Illumination in the entry stage 4 times. If he planned it well, he could perform it 5 or even 6 times. If I encounter a bloodthirsty iron scale beast again, the power of this move will be enough to break its defense, Chen Zong thought to himself. Chen Zong left Sea Cliff with the monster materials that he had hunted recently. He quickly went down the mountain and returned to Shining Sword Hall. After selling the monster materials and some herbs to the Pavilion of 100 Affairs, Chen Zong received more than 6,000 white jade coins. After calculating, he now had more than 200,000 white jade coins. He was even closer to his goal of 1 million. There are so many people? Chen Zong put away the money and looked at the other side of the Pavilion of 100 Affairs. There was a mission wall there. There were sheets of white paper pasted on the wall. Each sheet of white paper had a mission written on it. There were 2 ways to accept a mission. One was to directly take off the sheet of white paper. The other was not to take off the sheet of white paper. One only needed to know the mission's content. There were many missions. Some were to find herbs, while others were to kill monsters. Chen Zong scanned through them and his eyes were immediately attracted by one of the sheets of white paper. Find blood-sinking jade. Additional, 1 tael is worth 10,000 white jade coins. Chen Zong's eyes widened and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Chapter 86. There's also a monthly ticket, right? A tall, maroon horse galloped. The sound of its hooves sounded like a drum, kicking up dust as it moved forward. This horse was called Red Blaze. It was a fine breed with a strong ability to carry weight, a strong body, and great endurance. It could travel 1,000 miles in a day with ease. Its mane was fiery red, and when it ran, it looked like a burning flame that was constantly jumping. Due to the difficulty in raising it, one horse was worth tens of thousands of white jade coins. Chunzong could afford it, but this kind of fine horse required even more meticulous feeding and care. It was very troublesome, so this red blaze was rented from the Seven Lights Martial Academy's stable. It had to be mortgaged for 10,000 white jade coins, and the daily rent was 100 white jade coins. The daily rent would be settled after a few days. It was said that there was a kind of horse with demon beast bloodline that could easily travel 3,000 miles in a day. It could even travel 5,000 miles in a day. It did not eat grass, only meat, and could fight with a rank 1 demon beast. It was called Scarlet Eyes Colored Glass, and each of them was worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of white jade coins. There were 2 kinds of missions in 100 Affair Pavilion. One was a unique mission, and there was only one. It would be gone once it was accepted. The other was a group mission that could be accepted by many people. Searching for blood-sinking jade was a group mission, and Chunzong was just one of the many people who accepted this mission. Blood-sinking jade was a jade that had absorbed blood and was formed after many years of precipitation. It had a wide range of uses, and was also the main material needed to create pure blood energy in Seven Lights Martial Academy's boiling blood pool. After Chunzong accepted the mission, he searched for the relevant information and finally determined the place where blood-sinking jade was produced. It required a place where blood had settled for many years, and the existence of jade. Both conditions were indispensable. During the fall of the Kingdom era, human martial practitioners and demon beast armies fought madly. Countless people died and blood flowed everywhere. However, the battle was mainly concentrated in a few places. Among them, the place closest to Seven Lights Martial Academy was called Black Blood Battlefield, and there was a jade mine there. After 3 days, Chunzong finally arrived at Black Blood Town outside Black Blood Battlefield. "Sir, are you having a meal or staying?" A waiter immediately greeted him as he rode the red blaze and stopped in front of an inn called Grand Inn. Chunzong handed the reins to the waiter and said unhurriedly, "Let's have dinner. Bring me some of your best dishes. Also, take good care of this horse. I'll come back to get it later and we'll settle the score." "Okay, sir, please take the horse tag. When the time comes, you can take the horse with this tag." The waiter's movements were skillful, and he let the coachman of the inn take the red horse to the stable inside to feed and wash it. They found an empty table and sat down. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Chunzong glanced around and looked around. They were all martial artists. Most of them were at the blood chi realm, with a small minority being at the force refinement realm. After all, although the blood sedimentation jade was not cheap, it was more useful for blood chi realm martial artists. For force refinement realm martial artists, other than selling it for money, there was no benefit to their own cultivation. Some were chatting and laughing, while others were drinking alone. Chunzong was sizing up others, and others were sizing him up as well. "Young man, are you going to enter the Black Blood battlefield?" A middle-aged man sat down directly in front of Chunzong and asked in a sarcastic manner. "What's the matter?" Chunzong glanced at the other party. He had a scar on his face and looked a little fierce. However, he was trying his best to squeeze out a friendly smile, which was a little strange. The Black Blood battlefield has never been peaceful. It's very dangerous to enter alone. "Let's team up and divide the things we find equally," the man with a scar on his face said. "Thank you, but I don't have to enter the Black Blood battlefield," Chunzong said unhurriedly. Before he came, he had heard that the Black Blood battlefield was very chaotic and dangerous. If he rashly teamed up with someone he didn't know, who knew if danger was around him. After eating his fill and resting for a while, Chunzong paid the bill and walked out of the inn. He strode towards the Black Blood battlefield. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face smiled sinisterly and left the inn as well. The innkeeper can get another sum of money from selling the horse. Seeing this scene, the waiter couldn't help but shake his head and talk to himself. Although he didn't have any cultivation, he had stayed here for a few years and had seen many people coming and going. With a glance, he knew that Chernzong was a rookie and that the middle-aged man with a scar wasn't a good person. For those young masters or disciples of martial academies, if they entered the black blood battlefield for the first time without anyone following them, they would usually be inexperienced and would be easily slaughtered. As for the horse tags, the inn had some background. Very few villains dared to take the horse tags that they robbed and killed. In the end, the horse would become the innkeeper's. After selling it, they would be able to get a sum of jade money. He had seen too many things like this and wasn't surprised at all. Black Blood Town was actually not big. Those who lived in the town were all martial artists. Other than the fixed inns and restaurants, there was a lot of mobility. After walking out of Black Blood Town for another 10 minutes, Chernzong noticed that the color of the ground under his feet was gradually changing. It was originally a little grayish, but it gradually became darker. As he walked further, it became reddish-brown, like the color of dried blood. In front of him, there was a green stone tablet that was a few meters tall. On it there were 4 blood-red words, Black Blood Battlefield. Seeing these 4 words, Chernzong had an indescribable feeling. It was as if he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His nose seemed to smell a strong smell of blood, and his ears seemed to hear countless shouts. In an instant, he broke away from the illusion. His forehead was unknowingly covered with sweat. What a terrifying place! Chernzong wiped off his sweat with a solemn expression. Bypassing the green stone tablet, Chernzong immediately felt the change in the aura. That stone tablet was like the dividing point of 2 worlds. The smell of blood pervaded from all directions and crazily entered his nostrils. Chernzong was not used to it and frowned. Fortunately, martial artists' bodies were stronger than ordinary people, and so was their willpower. If it was an ordinary person who entered here, it wouldn't take long for them to be unable to bear it. The surroundings were desolate, and there was no sign of human habitation. There was no reason for desolation and loneliness. "Little brother, didn't you say that you don't want to enter the Black Blood battlefield?" A teasing voice came from behind. Chernzong turned around and saw 2 people walking quickly toward him. One of them was the middle-aged man with a scar on his face who invited Chernzong to team up. The other person was someone he had never seen before. He was dressed in black. "What does this have to do with you?" Chernzong asked in return. "Of course it has to do with me. You lied to me, so you have to compensate me." The middle-aged man with a scar on his face snickered. A murderous glint flashed across his eyes. Chernzong couldn't help but laugh. What a robber's logic! However, he wasn't afraid of them. The vitality waves they emitted indicated that they were at the 8th level of the vitality realm. No matter how powerful they were, he could still escape. "Cut the crap. Just kill him." The other person immediately spoke. He was filled with murderous intent and rushed toward Chernzong like a cheetah. A black dagger suddenly appeared in his empty right hand. He sliced through the air and stabbed toward Chernzong's heart mercilessly. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face also made his move. He pulled out the machete on his back and rushed toward Chernzong. He swung his machete heavily. The 2 of them didn't use any graded martial arts, but they cooperated well. It was obvious that this wasn't their first time. "You're courting death." Chernzong snorted coldly. He pulled out his sword from its scabbard and stabbed toward the middle-aged man in black. The sword was so fast that it looked like a star was magnifying in front of the middle-aged man in black. The 3rd level of the true sword Heaven's End skill increased the power of this sword by 20%. The middle-aged man in black was experienced in killing. He didn't panic at all. With a twist of his wrist, the dagger immediately changed shape and slashed toward Chernzong's neck. Chernzong's transformation was even more intense. In an instant, the long sword in his hand changed shape 5 times. His body and steps synchronized. Not only did he block the middle-aged man in black's dagger, he also avoided the scar-faced man's machete and stabbed his sword toward the middle-aged man in black. Suddenly, the sword light turned into a lone star. After it disappeared, the middle-aged man in black's throat was pierced and he fell to the ground, dead. Stop! The scar-faced man immediately retreated. Die! Chen Zong growled. The world of martial artists was like this. They killed decisively. They didn't attack easily and didn't have the intention to kill easily. Once they drew their sword, once they had the intention to kill, they would use everything they had to kill their opponent to prevent future troubles. Unless there was a special reason. Dazzling, stunning the world. One sword, the lone star, dazzling, like a flying star, like a shooting star chasing after the moon. It was unrivaled. Lone star illuminating the world. The scar-faced man immediately unleashed his vitality force and displayed his powerful machete technique. The machete light was like a waterfall falling from the sky. It was fierce and continuous, but it couldn't resist the dazzling lone star at all. It was pierced directly. The lone star disappeared and the machete light dissipated. There was a clear sword hole between the scar-faced man's eyebrows. Blood flowed out from it. The sword pierced through. Two Qi and Blood Realm level 8 martial artists with bad intentions died under Chen Zong's sword just like that. The two of them were veterans who had hunted down rookies several times. They cooperated well every time, even if the opponent's cultivation level was Qi and Blood Realm level 8. This time, they kicked an iron plate. There was a saying in ancient times, if you hunt wild geese all day long, you will be pecked by the wild geese. After killing the two of them, Chen Zong only lamented the dangers of the black blood battlefield. He didn't feel uncomfortable. The world of martial artists was like this. If you wanted to move forward, you had to either kill or be killed. The dagger and machete used by the two of them were treasure iron weapons. Chen Zong didn't care about them. In the past, treasure iron weapons were very rare and could only be bought with 2,000 to 3,000 white jade coins. Now they were nothing. Only treasure iron weapons were really rare. If he wanted to leave the black blood battlefield, it wouldn't be a problem to bring the dagger and machete. However, he wanted to enter the black blood battlefield now. If he brought the two of them, it would only consume more of his physical strength. Giving up on the dagger and machete, Chen Zong still found other things on the two of them. For example, a total of more than 30,000 white jade coins, a small number of energy pills and scarlet blood pills. It was also a harvest. Ignoring the two corpses, Chen Zong looked into the distance and walked forward. The black blood battlefield was very big. There didn't seem to be any specific pattern to the distribution of the blood-sinking jade. Those who were lucky might find a blood-sinking jade or as they walked. After knocking it open, they would be able to obtain the blood-sinking jade. Those who were unlucky might not even find a single blood-sinking jade or after wandering around the black blood battlefield for more than 10 days. Ever since he obtained the mysterious sword tip, Chen Zong felt that his luck had always been good. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could find a blood-sinking jade and obtain the blood-sinking jade. Chapter 87. The entire black blood battlefield was filled with restless factors. The longer one stayed, the more depressed one would feel. For Qi and Blood Realm martial artists, their willpower would determine how long they could stay in the black blood battlefield. It was possible for them to stay for more than 10 days, but for Qi refining realm martial artists, their willpower had already reached a certain level. Unless there were some special circumstances, they would not be affected. Walking on the black blood battlefield, the ground was dark brown. Even the sky looked like it was covered with a layer of dark red mist. The sunlight could not penetrate, making it seem cold. As night fell, the wind had just started to blow. Chen Zong could feel the temperature dropping rapidly. The night here was enough to freeze an ordinary person to death. Martial artists had better physiques than ordinary people, but it did not mean that they were omnipotent. If they encountered a bad environment, they would still fall sick. Therefore, when going to unfamiliar places, especially places with strange environments, one had to be prepared. Finding a place where two broken walls intersected, Chen Zong sat down and placed his iron sword on his leg. He used a slow speed to circulate his qi and blood. This way, he would not consume too much of his qi and blood. He could also keep himself warm and maintain a suitable body temperature to prevent the cold from invading him. Unknowingly, a red waning moon appeared quietly and hung in the sky. It was as if one could reach out and touch it. Looking up, there was a strange beauty to it. The wind whistled as Chen Zong lit up a bonfire. The flickering light of the fire illuminated the distant stones and dead trees, making them look like ghostly shadows. Chen Zong was very bold and fearless. He reached into his chest and took out a small blood-red object. It was about the size of a pigeon egg, but it was irregular. It looked like a jade that had been soaked in blood. This was the blood-sinking jade. Part of the danger in the Black Blood battlefield came from other martial artists who were looking for the blood-sinking jade. This piece of blood-sinking jade was obtained by Chen Zong after he killed a martial artist who wanted to kill him. The blood-sinking jade was cold and smooth to the touch. When he held it in his hand, Chen Zong seemed to feel that his qi and blood force flowed faster. However, it was very subtle. It's about 1 or 2 grams. It's worth at least 10,000 white jade coins, Chen Zong said to himself as he stared at the blood-sinking jade in his hand. The sky was getting dark. The blood-red waning moon hanging in the sky seemed to be even more demonic. Shadows filled the air. On the ground to the left, there seemed to be a black shadow flowing silently like water, approaching Chen Zong. The tip of the mysterious sword suddenly trembled. Chen Zong's perception was enhanced to the extreme. He unsheathed the sword without hesitation. The sword light tore through the night sky like a bolt of lightning and stabbed to the left. However, he did not feel like he had stabbed the target. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong bounced up and landed a few meters away. He stared at the spot where he had been sitting cross-legged and found that there seemed to be a strange black shadow. Under the light of the fire, it appeared to be blood-red. Blood-in. Chen Zong frowned slightly. Since he had come to the Black Blood battlefield, he had to investigate first. There were no demonic beasts on the Black Blood battlefield, but there were 2 strange things. One was called Shui-in and the other was Shueli. Shui-in did not have a physical body. It usually existed in the form of a shadow or mist. It would quietly enter a warrior's body and suck his blood dry. Shueli was the evolved form of Shui-in. It had already evolved into a physical body and had the ability to attack directly. Could also absorb blood and qi. It was extremely terrifying. Before entering the Black Blood battlefield, Chen Zong had prepared himself for all kinds of dangers. Shui-in drilled into the ground and disappeared under Chen Zong's eyes. However, Chen Zong did not let down his guard. He was on high alert. Suddenly, a shadow appeared under his feet. Chen Zong jumped and dodged it. At the same time, he waved his sword. The sword emitted an extremely bright light and pierced into the ground. Shui-in does not have a physical body. It is cold and fears high temperature the most. Muttering to himself, Chen Zong put the iron sword above the fire. The temperature quickly rose and the tip of the sword started to turn red. Behind Chen Zong, a cloud of black and red mist quietly appeared. It was as if a ferocious ghost face and sharp claws had appeared, fiercely grabbing at Chen Zong's neck. Die. It was as if Chen Zong had eyes on the back of his head. He quickly turned around and raised his sword. It pierced through the air, and pierced through Shui-in like thunder and fire. The high temperature of the sword tip and the sword tip immediately caused Shui-in to suffer heavy injuries. It let out a shrill scream that pierced through one's brain. Pung! The smoke exploded. Dead? Chen Zong put away his sword. He was not sure if Shui-in had escaped or died. He sat down again and added some dry wood to make the fire burn brighter. It could affect Shui-Yin to a certain extent. The blood-sinking jade had many uses. Its main use was to assist Qi Blood Realm warriors in their cultivation. However, there had to be a method. For example, the boiling blood pool was one method. After all, the pure blood and Qi contained in the blood-sinking jade had already become solid after many years of accumulation. Without a special method, there was no way to guide the pure blood and Qi out. If it was a monster, it would be different. It only needed to eat the blood-sinking jade directly and use its strong body to digest and absorb it. When the sky brightened, Chen Zong woke up. He was full of energy. His willpower was strong enough that it was not inferior to a Qi Blood Realm level 9 warrior. He had not been in the Black Blood battlefield for long, so he was not affected much. After extinguishing the fire, Chen Zong carried his bag and continued forward. Not long after, he saw a dried corpse. After a brief examination, he found that it should have died in the past few days. The cause of death was that its blood and Qi had been sucked dry. It was possible that it had encountered Shui-Yin or Shueli. Chen Zong found 2 red money notes and 5 white money notes on the corpse. The total was 25,000 white jade money. At this rate, I might be able to find 1,000,000 white jade money here. Chen Zong joked to himself. Ouyang Jianlin, hand over the blood-sinking jade. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. Humph, you bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs. You're courting death. Kill him. When he heard the voice, Chen Zong also saw the 5 figures in front of him. 4 of them had formed a circle and surrounded the 5th person in the middle. The person who was surrounded had a strong blood Qi fluctuation. He was at the 9th level of the blood Qi realm. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were sharp. He wore a silver-gray martial attire that was close-fitting and exquisite, making him look tall and handsome. The sword in his hand immediately attracted Chen Zong's attention. The blade of the sword was bright and smooth like a mirror. The edge of the sword was suffused with a green light, which was a sign of extreme sharpness. The hilt of the sword looked like it was carved out of dark red jade. The entire sword looked like it was of the highest quality, whether it was the lines or the brightness. It was at least a precious iron-grade sword. The 4 people surrounding Ouyang Jianlin were also at the Qi Blood Realm level 9. The style of their martial uniforms were basically the same, but the color was different. They were disciples of other martial academies. There were 5 martial academies under Ultimate Martial Main City, and 7 Lights Martial Academy was only one of them. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, slashing out with their long sabers. 3 saber beams shot out from 3 different directions. A palm smashed towards Ouyang Jianlin like a stone slab, a leg struck down like a huge pillar, and a sword was as powerful as wind and thunder. Ouyang Jianlin's lips curled into a sneer. His body swayed as he lunged forward with his sword in hand. The sharp sword pierced out, evolving its sharpness to the extreme as if it could pierce through anything. They were all at the Qi Blood Realm level 9, but Ouyang Jianlin's strength was extremely terrifying. Not only did he break the 4's joint attack, he even took the opportunity to kill one of them. The sword beam flashed again. In the blink of an eye, the second person was killed, leaving only 2 people alive. Stop! The 2 people who were still alive realized that things were not going well and quickly shouted. It's too late. Ouyang Jianlin was obviously a decisive person as he attacked again. Let's fight. The 2 people saw that things were not going well, so they immediately used ignition blood technique. Their blood and Qi burned, increasing their strength by 1,000 pounds as they used human-level upper-grade martial arts. The saber beam was dyed with a layer of blood, as if it could split the earth. The palm was like a red millstone that could shatter a mountain as it smashed towards Ouyang Jianlin. Feudal struggle. Ouyang Jianlin snorted coldly with a sneer on his lips. He waved his long sword with extreme sharpness, splitting the saber beam and piercing the palm print. It was extremely fast, like a shooting star that streaked across the sky, killing the two people. He's so strong. Chen Zong's pupils contracted. Ouyang Jianlin was also at the Qi Blood Realm level 9, but he killed one person with a single strike. Even after the two people used ignition blood technique to increase their strength, it was still the same. Ouyang Jianlin's strength was too terrifying. Especially his sword. It was not only fast but also sharp. There were not many variations, only an indomitable determination and ruthlessness. Ouyang Jianlin glanced at Chen Zong from more than 100 meters away. His eyes were very sharp, and he immediately took the four people's bags and other belongings and left. Chen Zong exhaled. If this person wanted to harm him, he felt that he could only turn around and run away immediately. The difference in cultivation was too obvious, and the difference in strength was too great. However, the sword can also be used that way. Chen Zong was inspired. It could be changed or not. Whether it could be changed or not depended on the specific situation. Some people who practiced the sword were very mediocre, and there was nothing special about it. This was the case for most people who practiced the sword. However, some people who practiced the sword would have new breakthroughs above the mediocre, such as faster, more powerful, sharper, and so on. When he pulled out his sword and stabbed, there was only a dazzling flash of light in the air, like a white line. It still doesn't feel fast enough. Chen Zong shook his head. Compared to Ouyang Jianlin's sword, there was still an obvious difference. The origin of this difference was not only the difference in cultivation, but also the difference in the use of the sword. However, it did not mean that Chen Zong's use of the sword was inferior to Ouyang Jianlin's. Both of them had their own strengths. Now, Chen Zong wanted to learn from Ouyang Jianlin's strengths and make them his own to further improve himself. Sheathing his sword, he walked to the four corpses to have a look. The wounds were very thin. Chen Zong studied them carefully and felt that he had gained some inspiration. Sword, sword, sword. Chen Zong tried again and made adjustment. Every adjustment was very subtle. Every time, Chen Zong could feel that the sword was getting faster and faster. When he stabbed out, the power carried by the sword became more and more condensed. Chapter 88. It's a sunny day, so I should exercise and patrol the mountains. After a few slashes, the ore was cut cleanly, leaving only a small square piece. After some polishing, a red color was revealed. It was the color of the blood-sinking jade. After a while, the edges were all rubbed off, leaving behind an egg-sized blood-red jade stone of irregular shape. Not bad. There are about 2 or 3 layers. It's worth 30,000 white jade coins. Chen Zong was secretly delighted. It had been more than 3 days since he entered the Black Blood battlefield, and he finally found the second piece of blood-sinking jade. Including the notes he found from other martial artists, he had earned more than 100,000 white jade coins. As expected, the stronger one is, the faster one can earn money. Chen Zong muttered to himself. After putting away the blood-sinking jade, he looked into the distance. Chen Zong, I didn't expect you to come to the Black Blood battlefield. When Xiao Wei saw Chen Zong, he was stunned at first. Then, he revealed a hideous smile and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. This person humiliated senior brother Xiao Hongfu. We can't let him live. Xiao Wei said to the other 2 people beside him. These 2 people were from the Xiao family and disciples of the Illuminating Earth clan. They were at level 8 of the Blood Qi realm. He is related to Huan Yun swordsman, one of them said seriously. They are not related at all. He was just lucky to be recognized by Huan Yun swordsman. Xiao Wei sneered. He had already done his research, and came to this conclusion after combining all the clues and information. Moreover, even if they are related, no one will know if he is killed in the Black Blood battlefield. Xiao Wei's murderous intent intensified. Once one entered the black blood battlefield, no one outside would know if one died. Huan Yun swordsman was not a god. In the dark blood mountain of the Dragon Horn Peak, he failed to plot against Chen Zong and was severely injured by the bloodthirsty iron scale beast. After he recovered, he brought the chief senior brother of the Illuminating Earth clan, who was also a member of the Shao family, to stand up for him. In the end, not only did he fail, but he was also humiliated and had to pay 50,000 white jade coins as compensation. Since then, Xiao Wei's heart was filled with killing intent toward Chen Zong. He swore that he would never let Chen Zong go if he had the slightest chance. Chen Zong was actually called out, which made Xiao Wei feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His Shao clan was indeed a powerful clan that was ranked higher than the Bai clan in the ultimate martial main city. There was more than one true martial realm expert in his clan. Although he had some status in the Shao clan, he had angered Huan Yun swordsman. The Shao clan would not start a war with Huan Yun swordsman because of him. Fortunately, after some investigation, they found out that Huan Yun swordsman only admired Chen Zong, and they did not have a close relationship. He was also very lucky to have met Chen Zong in the Black Blood battlefield. The heavens had given him such a good opportunity. If he didn't seize it, wouldn't it be a waste? We don't know who killed who yet, Chen Zong said calmly. Do you think that my strength is still the same as before? With a cold laugh, Xiao Wei's figure rushed forward. His two sabers crisscrossed above and below, like butterflies flying through flowers, quick and disorderly, yet orderly in the midst of chaos. They transformed into a net of saber light, enveloping Chen Zong's entire body. The other two Shao family Qi Blood Realm level 8 martial artists also immediately attacked. In the martial arts world, there were many people who practiced fist, palm, and leg technique. There were also many people who practiced saber and sword technique. There were relatively few people who practiced other weapons. Among the 8 major forces in the ultimate martial main city, the Shao clan was famous for their saber technique. Their long sabers surrounded Chen Zong from the left and right. The saber light was sharp like white silk. It worked perfectly with Xiao Wei's net of sabers, leaving Chen Zong with nowhere to dodge. However, did Chen Zong need to dodge? No, he didn't. Chen Zong was not afraid of anyone who was also at Qi Blood Realm level 7. He was just a loser, so why should he be afraid of Xiao Wei? Chen Zong drew his sword. The sword light was blinding. It turned into a white line and stabbed forward. Xiao Wei's saber attack was immediately broken. The sword continued forward. The tip of the sword was cold and sharp, like a cold light falling from the sky. It pierced towards Xiao Wei's forehead. The extreme speed of the sword caused Xiao Wei's forehead to feel numb and cold. His expression changed drastically. At the same time, the saber light that came from the left and right missed. They quickly changed to horizontal slashes. One saber went for Chen Zong's neck, while the other went for his legs. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Xiao Wei waved his sabers wildly. The saber light was so dense that it could not be penetrated. However, Chen Zong's sword broke all of them. One sword, 6 transformations. Xiao Wei's sabers could not block it. Blood-boiling technique. With a roar, Xiao Wei's body temperature rose rapidly. His skin quickly turned red. A powerful force emerged from his body, and his speed increased. He retreated even faster. His sabers were even faster and fiercer. They blocked Chen Zong's sword. "You will die today," Chen Zong said in a low voice. Even if his opponent used some forbidden technique, he would not be able to escape. The sword stabbed out like a lone star descending into this world. Soon after, it flickered and became incomparably brilliant as it shot towards Xiao Wei with astonishing speed. Xiao Wei's hair stood on end. He immediately unleashed his qi and blood and used the minor grade reversal saber technique. The saber light intertwined, more than 3 times denser than before. Not only could it defend, it could also cut wildly. Both sides were injured. If Chen Zong insisted on piercing Xiao Wei with his sword, he would also be cut by the sabers. The sabers on his left and right slashed at him at the same time. It was as if they could split a huge rock and split a long river. They were merciless. At the critical moment, Chen Zong's body moved like the wind. He passed between the two sabers and avoided Xiao Wei's sabers. He appeared on the other side lightly. Sky Light and Cloud Shadow Sword. Sky Light and Cloud Shadow filled the air, covering a few meters in front of them. Xiao Wei and the other two could only see a vast expanse of white. They could not see anything. A sword light shuttled through it, cutting like an aurora. In order to kill, Chen Zong unleashed 70% of his qi and blood power and 70% of his physique. It was extremely powerful. The sky light disappeared, and the cloud shadow dispersed. Xiao Wei and the other two covered their neck. Blood flowed out, and their faces quickly turned pale. They tried to open their eyes wide to see clearly, but they quickly lost their luster. They died unwillingly. Chen Zong quickly took out an energy pill and beast blood pill and consumed them. He used the True Sword Sky Supreme skill to speed up his recovery. Otherwise, in a place like the Black Blood battlefield, it would be easy for him to die if he did not maintain his strength at the peak. The recovery speed of the third stage of the True Sword Sky Supreme skill was undeniable. With the help of the Beast Blood Pill, Chen Zong's qi and blood power was completely recovered. Xiao Wei and the other two had already lost their vitality. They could not be more dead. Affected by the Black Blood battlefield, their faces were pale as if they had been dead for half a day. In fact, it was less than an hour. Chen Zong searched the three of them and opened up the bundle. A smile immediately appeared on his face. There were a total of 2 pieces of blood immersion jade. One was less than a tael, while the other was more than 3 taels. He estimated that it was close to 4 taels. This added up to at least 40,000 white jade coins. Other than that, there were some energy pills, beast blood pills, and scarlet blood pills. Chen Zong did not need to worry about the lack of pills. He even wanted to get pills of higher quality to aid his cultivation. Finally, there were the money note. There were 5 red money notes and 23 white money note. In total, there were 73,000 white jade coins. With this calculation, Chen Zong's harvest in the Black Blood battlefield was more than 200,000 white jade coins. Perhaps I can really gather 1 million white jade coins. Chen Zong took a deep breath and said to himself. However, gathering 1 million white jade coins was only the most basic goal. It would be best if he could gather more than 2 million white jade coins. In the past, Chen Zong's goal was to help his father recover his blood qi. However, ever since he found out about the existence of a precious medicine like the 7-leaf blood lotus, which could not only recover blood qi, but also improve one's blood qi, Chen Zong's goal had expanded. As his father who had raised him and taught him principles, Chen Zong was willing to give everything he had. If he was unfilial as a son, wouldn't he be worse than an animal? If I can get more than 2 million white jade coins, not only can I buy the 7-leaf blood lotus, I can also buy a precious iron sword, Chen Zong thought to himself, his eyes shining brightly. As a swordsman, a good sword was undoubtedly very attractive. Moreover, a good sword could also increase one's lethality. Shaking his head, Chen Zong suddenly felt that he was thinking too far ahead. Including his entire wealth, he only had about 400,000 white jade coins. It was still very far from 1 million, let alone 2 million. The last item was a red beast skin scroll found on Xiao Wei's body. Chen Zong opened it and looked at it. He immediately revealed a joyful expression. Blood boiling technique. It was the forbidden technique that Xiao Wei had just used. It was also a forbidden technique that Xiao Wei had only recently begun to cultivate. If the blood ignition technique was a very common and low-end forbidden technique, then the blood boiling technique was much more precious. Normal factions didn't even have the qualifications to learn it. As one of the 8 major factions of Ultimate Martial Main City, The Shao clan naturally had the qualifications. Compared to the blood ignition technique, the blood boiling technique's cultivation requirements were much stricter. One had to be at least at the 7th layer of the blood chi realm. Moreover, one's blood chi had to be very stable. In other words, one couldn't cultivate it under normal circumstances. Otherwise, it would affect one's blood chi. At the very least, one had to be at the peak of the 7th layer of the blood chi realm. In addition, the blood boiling technique was different from the blood ignition technique. The blood ignition technique burned one's blood chi in an instant, increasing one's strength by 500 kilograms. The duration was very short and could only be used once. If one was faster, they could use it twice. No one had ever been able to use it 3 times. The blood boiling technique was different. It increased one's strength continuously for 10 seconds. The first layer increased one's strength by 500 kilograms and 10% of one's speed. The second layer increased one's strength by 500 kilograms and 20% of one's speed. The third layer increased one's strength by 2,000 kilograms and 30% of one's speed. When a martial artist attacks, the strength of their attacks is closely related to their strength and speed. It's best to increase both, Chen Zong said to himself. Obtaining the cultivation method for the blood boiling technique was a pleasant surprise. Moreover, the 10 seconds duration was the limit. If he could finish the battle within 10 seconds, he would be able to end the blood boiling technique early and not exhaust his blood chi. After memorizing the contents of the blood boiling technique, Chen Zong put it away. Now wasn't the right time to cultivate it. Xiao Wei was an enemy, but he died here. The Shao clan doesn't know that I killed him, so they probably won't come after me. In addition, Bai Yulo is also a hidden enemy. If I have the opportunity, I'll get rid of him as well, Chen Zong said to himself. Chapter 89. Deep in the night, a blood-colored crescent moon hung in the sky. It seemed to be embedded in the sky, and one could touch it if they jumped up. Chen Zong was hiding in a cave that hadn't been completely sealed. He didn't know when this cave had been left behind, but it looked clean after a bit of cleaning. A bonfire burned fiercely, and the dry wood crackled as it burned, sending sparks flying everywhere. The fire burned brightly, illuminating the cave. It also brought a wave of warmth in this cold night, affecting the Yin blood to a certain extent, making it even more difficult for them to approach. Chen Zong attempted to cultivate the blood boiling technique. The first layer of the blood boiling technique wasn't difficult to cultivate. It was about the same as the ignition blood technique, so it was very easy to grasp. After spending a few hours, Chen Zong successfully cultivated the first layer of the blood boiling technique. Let's try it, Chen Zong muttered to himself, then immediately used the blood boiling technique. The ignition blood technique used blood chi to violently collide with each other, then ignite it. It didn't use much of one's blood chi. The blood boiling technique also used collisions, but it wasn't as intense. However, it was more frequent, causing the temperature of one's blood chi to rise rapidly, like boiling water. The blood boiling technique was more efficient than the ignition blood technique in terms of blood chi utilization. As his blood chi boiled, Chen Zong felt his body temperature rise rapidly, but it wasn't as high as the ignition blood technique. An even more powerful force immediately filled his body, and his arm strength increased by 250 kilograms. The sound of a sword rang out, and a sword light shot out at the same time, piercing through the flames and leaving a clear mark on the rock. My speed has indeed increased. It's about 10% faster, Chen Zong said to himself. The boiling blood chi was quickly consumed. Chen Zong's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly stopped. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to last 10 seconds? It's only been 3 seconds, and I've already used up half of my blood chi. I can only last 6 seconds at most. Chen Zong was very confused and began to think. 6 seconds and 10 seconds. The difference of 4 seconds was very obvious. Could it be that there was something wrong with his cultivation? Taking out the beast hide and reading it carefully, Chen Zong finally came to a conclusion. The so-called 10 seconds should refer to martial artists at the 8th layer of the blood chi realm and below. Some could last longer or shorter periods. However, guesses were just guesses. Whether they were true or false was yet to be verified. He hurriedly circulated the true sword heavenly supreme skill to recover his vitality. The gap between the 3rd layer of the true sword heavenly skill and the 4th layer was huge. Chen Zong estimated that he still needed a few more months before he could break through to the 4th layer. Chen Zong's qi and blood recovered. Under the light of the fire, he practiced his swordsmanship. There was no specific swordsmanship, and he did as he pleased. After he swung his sword, it changed continuously. When it was about time, he stopped practicing and rested. He did not encounter any attacks from Shui Yin until dawn. It wasn't easy for Shui Yin to be born. In the entire Black Blood battlefield, there probably weren't many Shui Yin. As for Shueli, there were even fewer of them. After packing up, Chen Zong ate some dry rations and set off again. It had been 5 or 6 days since they entered the Black Blood battlefield, but they had only obtained 4 pieces of blood-sinking jade. In Chen Zong's opinion, this harvest was too little. "You, bring your bag over." During the break, 4 cultivators walked over. They didn't look too old, and all of them wore similar martial attire. They should be cultivators from a certain force. One of them pointed at Chen Zong and spoke without any trace of politeness. The other 3 either had an indifferent expression or a mocking expression. Chen Zong knew from the qi and blood waves emitted by the 4 of them that they were martial artists at the 9th level of the qi and blood realm. He grabbed the bag and threw it directly at the 4 martial artists. Chen Zong took the opportunity to get up and used the wind stepping steps to quickly leave. "Stop!" After catching the bag, the martial artist who spoke immediately shouted, "Or die." Chen Zong wasn't that stupid. Instead, he sped up. On the Black Blood battlefield, even people you knew could stab you in the back, let alone martial artists who were strangers. Especially when their cultivation levels were far higher than his, rashly approaching them was like sending a lamb to the wolf's mouth. His cultivation level isn't high, but he's quite alert. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise, I would have killed him. After opening the bag, there were some dry rations, energy pills, beast blood pills, and scarlet blood pills. Chen Zong kept the blood-invigorating jade in his secret pocket for safety. "I have 20 energy pills and 10 beast blood pills left. I don't have any dry rations left. I can only last for 3 or 4 more days." Chen Zong was a little distressed. Fortunately, he didn't put everything in the bag. Otherwise, all his efforts would have been in vain, and he would have to leave the Black Blood battlefield immediately. "I'll spend some more time looking for it. If it doesn't work, I'll leave the Black Blood battlefield and go to the town to replenish my supplies." He thought to himself and chose another direction to move forward. On the Black Blood battlefield, the dark brown ground was the most common, followed by dead wood, gravel, and dilapidated houses. As he walked, Chen Zong saw a palace in the distance. Half of it had collapsed, but the other half was still intact. It looked very old, but it still stood firmly. As Chen Zong approached, intermittent voices drifted into his ears. "Someone's fighting." More than one person. On the Black Blood battlefield, most warriors wouldn't fight for no reason. It was either because of conflicts, benefits, or wanting to rob the other party. Fighting for no reason would only consume their own strength. Chen Zong's footsteps were light, and his speed increased slightly. He quickly approached the dilapidated palace. "Be careful. Get out of the way. Kill it, and all the blood-invigorating jade inside will be ours." Blood-invigorating jade. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly lit up. Moving forward, Chen Zong used the walls of the dilapidated palace to hide his body. Through the gaps, he saw 4 warriors fighting with a monster. Yes, a monster. Its body seemed to be made of solidified flesh and blood. Its hideous head was like a combination of a wolf's head and a bear's head. Its teeth were messy and sharp. Its body was strong, and its arms were especially thick and long. It had no fingers, only sharp claws. There were 3 claws on each arm, and each of them was 20 to 30 centimeters long. They were extremely sharp. An extremely cold and fierce aura constantly emanated from the monster's body. It created a mental pressure that would cause people with weak mental willpower to feel nauseous and dizzy, causing them to be torn apart by the sharp claws. Shweli, Chunzong thought to himself. This thing was an evolved body formed by Shui Yin's flesh and blood after absorbing enough qi and blood. It possessed terrifying strength. The 4 warriors were all at the 9th level of the qi and blood realm. Each of them was very experienced and ruthless. They were the 4 people who wanted to take away his burden and even attack him not long ago. They were very strong and they worked well together. Even so, they still couldn't kill it. They could only slowly grind it down. It was said that some of the stronger Shweli could even kill warriors at the qi refining realm. Moving his gaze away from the 4 warriors and Shweli, Chunzong looked elsewhere. Immediately, his gaze froze. In the corner of the palace, Chunzong saw some blood-red stones. They looked very familiar. They were blood-invigorating jade. 1, 2, 3, there are at least a dozen pieces, and each one is at least the size of a fist. His heartbeat immediately sped up, and his breathing became hurried. He was secretly excited. Blood-invigorating jade was very heavy. A piece the size of an egg weighed 3 taels. Then, a piece the size of a fist weighed at least a kilogram, which was worth 100,000 white jade coins. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong retracted his gaze from the blood-invigorating jade and looked at the 4 warriors and Shweli. It was obvious that the blood-invigorating jade belonged to Shweli. The 4 warriors at the 9th level of the qi and blood realm had discovered it and wanted to take the blood-invigorating jade. Naturally, Shweli refused and set his eyes on the 4 warriors' flesh and blood. Both sides inevitably fought. If Shweli won, he would absorb the qi and blood of the 4 warriors at the 9th level of the qi and blood realm and become even stronger. He might even be able to threaten warriors at the qi refining realm. If the 4 warriors won, they would obtain the blood-invigorating jade, which was worth at least 1 million. It was said that Shweli's body would condense a type of blood essence. It was similar to the blood essence of a demon beast, but there were also differences. In terms of value, the blood essence was superior to the blood essence of a level 2 upper-grade demon beast. This was because the blood essence contained in the blood essence was purer and easier to absorb. If it was anyone else, I might have to think about it. But since it's the 4 of you, I'll be the Oriole. Chunzong smiled to himself and slowly approached the blood-invigorating jade along the wall while waiting for an opportunity. It would be best if Shweli and the 4 warriors at the 9th level of the qi and blood realm fought until both sides were injured. Of the 4 warriors, 2 used sabers, 1 used a spear, and the last one wore a pair of iron arms. Shweli's fighting style was very fierce. He did not dodge at all and allowed the sabers and spears to land on his body. He took them head-on, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. His 2 claws fiercely counterattacked, each claw leaving a red afterimage in the air. Use your martial arts and kill it as soon as possible. 3 blades of residual wind. Blood chi exploded as 3 sabers slashed out. Each saber was powerful and left 3 deep wounds on Shweli's body. Continuous torrential rain. The long spear trembled and the tip of the spear transformed into countless sharp and powerful sabers that all pierced Shweli's body. 1 blade breaks wood. Raising the long saber, blood chi exploded as he suddenly slashed down. It was as if all of his strength had been concentrated on this saber. Even if it was a 100-year-old tree in front of him, it would still be cut in half. The momentum was shocking as it directly cut off one of Shweli's arms. The incomparably sharp sound was like a demon's voice that pierced through the mind, causing people to feel dizzy. Iron arm chain mountain breaking style. Sparks flew as the two arms collided. The powerful force was like two large hammers that smashed heavily into Xue Li's chest, causing him to continuously retreat. Xue Li's sharp claws counterattacked, but they only scratched the chests of two warriors. Unable to dodge in time, the two warriors who used sabers and spears had 3 claw marks on their chests. The wounds were so deep that their bones could be seen, and they were in so much pain that their faces turned pale. It's said that Xue Li's claws are very special. Once they're scratched, the pain will be twice as much as normal. Chen Zong saw this scene through the cracks in the wall. Kill! 4 blades of residual wind. Under the intense pain, he unleashed an even more powerful attack. 4 sabers slashed at the same wound on Xue Li's body, almost cutting him in half. Chapter 90. Dodging, the dark red liquid fell to the ground and quickly corroded a hole the size of a washbasin like a strong acid. Wisps of light red acidic gas came out, making one's scalp tingle. Now! Thinking to himself, Chen Zong's body floated over the wall and landed near the blood-sinking jade. His hands moved simultaneously, grabbing 2 pieces of blood-sinking jade and throwing them at 2 martial artists. He then quickly grabbed 2 more pieces and threw them at the other 2 martial artists. Then, his hands alternated between grabbing pieces of blood-sinking jade and stuffing them into his clothes. Stop! Damn thing! You're dead! The 4 martial artists all caught the blood-sinking jade and looked at it. Their expressions changed drastically as they roared in anger. Xue Li first charged at the 4 of them, but then he felt something and immediately turned to Chen Zong and let out a sharp roar that could pierce metal and split stone. It caused Chen Zong's expression to change drastically. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Zong caught a glimpse of a strange scarlet color that was as beautiful as a gemstone. Without time to look, he grasped it tightly in his right hand and leaped with the iron sword in his left hand. After jumping over the wall, he immediately used the wind stepping step. The wind stepping steps of the refinement realm covered 6 meters in 1 step. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 steps. Finally, he leaped and floated forward another 6 meters. In just 2 short breaths, he had crossed 36 meters. Chase. The 4 martial artists were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They had slowly surrounded Xue Li and injured him in the end. Their own side had also been injured, but just as they were about to kill Xue Li and reap the rewards, they had been taken advantage of. Xue Li charged at the front and clawed fiercely. The bloody glow of his claw flashed, and the broken wall was instantly torn apart. Xue Li's speed was extremely fast, like a red whirlwind. The 4 martial artists swallowed beast blood pills to recover their blood force and took the remaining blood-sinking jade with them. Then, they used their movement techniques to give chase. Chen Zong continuously used the wind stepping step. His cultivation was inferior to Xue Li and the other 4 martial artists, so he could only do so. The refinement realm's wind treading steps consumed less vitality, especially after his cultivation base reached the 7th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. He could perform it more than 10 times in a row, and even 12 times would not be a problem. However, Chen Zong had to allocate his vitality wisely and strive for more. His right hand was holding a small object, which should also be a blood immersion jade. However, Chen Zong felt a trace of warmth continuously entering his palm, flowing along his arm and merging into his qi and blood. It quickly spread throughout his body, and the qi and blood he had consumed was recovering at an astonishing speed. The wind stepping steps of the refinement realm was extremely fast. After using it 10 times in a row, Chen Zong had left Xue Li and the other 4 martial practitioners in the dust. What's going on? Chen Zong was very surprised. Under normal circumstances, after using wind treading steps 10 times in a row, he should not have much blood and qi left in his body. However, he still had half of it left, and it was still recovering rapidly. Chenzong raised his right hand and glanced at it. He was instantly stunned. What is this? In his right hand was a piece of red jade that was slightly smaller than an egg and looked like it had been flattened. However, unlike the blood immersion jade, it looked like a layer of skin wrapped in a red liquid. The liquid seemed to be flowing without any impurities. It was exceptionally magnificent, so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. Could it be the blood immersion jade essence? Chenzong's pupils contracted rapidly, and his breathing became rapid. The blood immersion jade essence was the essence of the blood immersion jade. Its value was at least 100 times that of the blood immersion jade. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. Not only was the blood immersion jade essence far more valuable than the blood immersion jade essence, but it could also be worn close to the body. The pure blood qi it contained could constantly nourish the body, imperceptibly strengthening the cultivation of vitality, and could also accelerate the recovery of vitality after it was depleted. Just like the current situation, it should be the blood immersion jade essence. Chenzong thought to himself. He calmed the excitement in his heart and clenched his right hand even tighter. He could feel the pure blood qi continuously emanating from it and spreading throughout his body through his palm, accelerating the recovery of his vitality. The automatic recovery coupled with the accelerated recovery of the blood immersion jade essence allowed Chenzong to use the wind stepping steps more often. The 4 martial practitioners had used up more than half of their vitality in their fierce battle with Shueli. Now that they had consumed beast blood pills to recover, they would need some time unless they stopped and circulated their techniques to increase their speed. However, even if they stopped, it would still take some time. By then, Chenzong would have already run away. In addition, 2 of them were injured. Their wounds were in excruciating pain and affected their movement. They could only watch as Chenzong's figure disappeared into the distance. They were so angry that they spat out blood. Shueli chased relentlessly because he had just obtained the blood immersion jade essence. Once he completely absorbed it, he would definitely be able to evolve into a higher form. Shueli's speed was very fast, but at best, it was about the same as the 9th level of the blood qi realm. There was no way he could catch up to Chenzong, who was continuously using the wind stepping step. After intermittently using the wind stepping steps more than 30 times, Chenzong's vitality was always maintained at less than half. Shueli and the other 4 martial practitioners were left in the dust. Leave this place and return to the martial academy. The value of the blood immersion jade essence was too high. It was a matter of great importance. In order to avoid any sudden changes, Chenzong planned to immediately leave the Black Blood battlefield and return to the 7 Lights Martial Academy. On the way out of the Black Blood battlefield, Chenzong found an empty bag. He then took out pieces of blood immersion jade and packed them into his bag. As night fell, Chenzong lit a fire and rested inside a rundown house. He tied the blood immersion jade essence into a cross with a thin string and made a simple pendant. He hung it around his neck and placed it close to his chest. The pure blood energy constantly entered his body and cultivated on its own. Chenzong made a simple comparison. The speed of self-cultivation was almost the same as the speed of circulating the first stage of the true sword heavenly art. This was a very frightening cultivation speed. One must know that the true sword heavenly art surpassed the top-grade mortal rank. The cultivation speed of the first stage was equal to the cultivation speed of the second stage of a top-grade mortal rank art. Cultivating on its own would not cause any burden to the body. It was equivalent to cultivating for an entire day. It was several times faster than usual. Opening the bag, Chenzong's eyes were filled with intoxication. There were a total of 6 pieces of blood immersion jade inside the bag. The smallest one was about the size of a fist and weighed at least 1 kilogram. The largest one was the size of 2 fists and weighed at least 2 kilograms. With a preliminary estimation, the weight of the 6 pieces of blood immersion jade should be about 9 kilograms. It could be worth 900,000 white jade coins. 900,000. Including the others, I have 1,300,000 white jade coins. If I sell the blood immersion jade essence, I can easily get 2 million white jade coins. To be honest, Chernzong was very reluctant to sell the blood immersion jade essence. After all, the blood immersion jade essence was very effective in aiding the cultivation and recovery of blood energy. With it, he would definitely be able to raise his cultivation to Qi and Blood Realm level 8 or even level 9 in a much shorter period of time. But when he thought of his father's body deteriorating after losing his cultivation, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. It would be best if he could recover as soon as possible. After rewrapping the blood immersion jade essence, Chernzong began to circulate the true sword heavenly art to cultivate. With the help of the blood immersion jade essence, his cultivation speed was much faster. Chernzong also noticed that when he actively cultivated, the progress of the third stage of the true sword heavenly art was very obvious. Perhaps it was because of the abundance of blood immersion jade or the blood immersion jade essence. Another blood een was attracted in the middle of the night. Having some experience in dealing with blood een, Chernzong quickly placed the tip of his sword on the fire to heat it up. With one slash, he injured the blood een and fled. The blood een itself did not have any direct lethality. It had to enter the human body to absorb blood energy, so it was relatively easy to deal with. The only thing to pay attention to was its concealment. As soon as the sky brightened, Chernzong immediately carried the thick bundle and headed in the direction of Black Blood Town. He did not need to stop to look for blood immersion jade ores along the way. He even circulated his blood energy to increase his speed. With the blood immersion jade essence's recovery, as long as he did not release his blood energy, he would not be exhausted even if he circulated his blood energy for an entire day. Under the crazy gallop, his speed was not inferior to that of a fine horse. The journey that would take several days to complete was completed by Chernzong in less than a day. The boundary marker of the Black Blood battlefield appeared clearly in front of him. Two martial artists stepped into the Black Blood battlefield together in front of him. They passed by Chernzong with a distance of more than 10 meters. Their eyes also swept over Chernzong's bundle. Do you think his bundle is filled with blood immersion jade? Impossible. There seems to be a lot of things in that bundle. If it's all blood immersion jade, it might be worth millions. I've never heard of anyone who could obtain so much blood immersion jade in the Black Blood battlefield, let alone a martial artist at the 7th stage of the Blood Qi realm. That's true. But it's probably just some ores. He wants to try his luck. If these two martial artists knew that Chernzong's bundle was filled with blood immersion jade, they would immediately kill him and rob him. Quickly returning to the inn, Chernzong took out his horse tag and handed it to the waiter. He paid some white jade money as management fee and prepared to leave on his red fierce horse. "Little brother, you have a good harvest," a martial artist said casually. "Yes, it's all blood immersion jade. It's at least a dozen kilograms." Chernzong smiled as he patted the bundle lightly. "It's blood immersion jade ores, right? Maybe it's just some useless stones. You're dreaming. Wake up." Originally, some martial artists were staring at Chernzong's bundle. After hearing Chernzong's words, they all shook their heads. A dozen kilograms of blood immersion jade? What a joke. Did he think they were ignorant? Even some Qi refining realm martial artists might not be able to obtain a few kilograms of blood immersion jade in the Black Blood battlefield, let alone a mere 7th stage of the Blood Qi realm. Chernzong deliberately said that to mislead others and make them think that he was bragging so that they wouldn't keep an eye on him. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem and he would have to lose the blood immersion jade. These days, the red fierce horse was well taken care of. It was full of energy. After quickly leaving Black Blood Town, Chernzong let out a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to slow down and galloped his horse. He had no choice. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually a little nervous. After all, he was carrying blood immersion jade that was worth millions. There was also blood immersion jade essence that was even more valuable. Every one of them could lead to a fatal disaster. None of the martial artists who mingled in the black blood battlefield were kind people. Their eyes were very sharp. He deliberately said that just now to mislead others. If someone suspected him later, they might catch up. Chapter 91. That kid is riding a red blaze horse and can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Our horses can't catch up. Forget it. Maybe there isn't even a single blood-sinking jade. We chased him for nothing. The martial practitioners turned around and returned to Black Blood Town. The red blaze horse was very valuable and needed to be taken care of carefully. Most martial practitioners did not have the patience and were not willing to spend the money to hire others to take care of it. It would be considered good if they could travel 300 miles in a day on an ordinary horse. Chen Zong returned to the Seven Lights Martial Academy in less than 3 days. The red blaze horse was also exhausted. After deducting 100 white jade coins and taking back the remaining white jade coins, Chen Zong quickly rushed to the 100 Affairs Pavilion of Brilliant Sword Hall. Did you also accept the mission to find blood-sinking jade? Yeah. Unfortunately, I only found 1 or 2 pieces and almost died inside. That's not bad. I didn't even find a single piece and wasted more than 10 days. As soon as he stepped into the 100 Affairs Pavilion, Chen Zong heard discussions. I heard that someone found almost half a kilogram of blood-sinking jade and obtained more than 90,000 white jade coins. That's amazing. Half a kilogram is nothing. Look at our Brilliant Blade Hall's chief senior brother, Su Zhantian, who found more than 2 kilograms of blood-sinking jade. Brilliant Blade Hall's chief senior brother, Bai Yushan, found almost 3 kilograms of blood-sinking jade. Brilliant Martial Hall. What you said is too little. Brilliant Earth Hall's chief senior brother, Xiao Hongfu, found almost 4 kilograms of blood-sinking jade. 4 kilograms. That's at least 400,000 white jade coins. That's amazing. I dare say that no one can surpass senior brother Xiao Hongfu. Chen Zong immediately smiled. He carried the bag to the deacon in charge of handing over the mission and placed the bag on the table. What mission? The deacon glanced at the bag and asked casually. Blood-sinking jade. Chen Zong answered unhurriedly. Blood-sinking jade these? The deacon saw that the bag was huge at a glance. Were they all blood-sinking jade? That's impossible. The other disciples around them also stopped talking and stared at the huge bag with their eyes wide open. It's all stones. Yeah, how could there be so many blood-sinking jade? Under everyone's questioning, the bundle was opened. Balls of blood-red light entered everyone's eyes, shocking everyone. It really is the blood-sinking jade. This is a lie, right? How can there be so many? At least a few kilograms. The deacon who handed over the task was also very shocked. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the blood immersion jade, completely stunned. Calculate it, Chen Zong said. His words woke the deacon up, and he quickly weighed him. 5 kilograms and 5 taels. The deacon's voice was trembling. A total of 1,050,000 white jade money. All right. Chen Zong nodded. This was within his expectations, but he was still pleasantly surprised. 5 kilograms. The surrounding people who were doubting him all felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped a few times. At the same time, they were also very shocked. 1,050,000 white jade money. Compared to the people they mentioned before, it was nothing. Taking 10 purple money bills and 5 red money bills, Chen Zong left in satisfaction. Originally, he had more than 40,000 white jade money. Xiao Wei and the others had compensated him with 150,000 white jade money, nearly 60,000 from the dead people's wealth in the Black Blood battlefield, and 1 5 million from handing over the blood-sinking jade task. Altogether, he had a total of a little over 1,300,000 white jade money. With the white cauldron token and a 10% discount, 19 blood rejuvenation pill was exactly 900,000 white jade money. But Chernzong wanted to buy the 7-leaf blood lotus, and with the white cauldron token discount, it would cost 1,800,000. He was still 500,000 short. 500,000, where can I get it? I still have to sell the blood-sinking jade essence. He could sell the blood-sinking jade essence to the Seven Lights Martial Institution, but the price might be higher if he sold it to the Cauldron Sky Pavilion. But he had to hurry, so it was a little troublesome. After organizing, Chernzong prepared to go to the 100 Affairs Pavilion to inquire about the value of the blood-sinking jade essence. Since he had decided to sell it, he had to maximize the value. Not long after he left the small courtyard, Chernzong ran into Chen Kaiwei. When Chen Kaiwei had just entered the Seven Lights Martial Institution's brilliant sword hall, his cultivation was already close to the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm level 6. Now that he had reached the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm level 6, it was not that easy to break through. He still needed some time. Chernzong, you're back. Chen Kaiwei was startled at first and then said, "What's the matter?" Chernzong asked. Li Zhenshi was injured. Chen Kaiwei hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Injured? What happened?" Chernzong furrowed his brows as a sharp light shot out from his eyes, causing Chen Kaiwei to feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if a sword was pointing at him. After not seeing him for a while, Chernzong seemed to have become even more powerful. "I think it might have something to do with you." Chen Kaiwei first looked around and made sure that no one else was approaching. After organizing his words, he lowered his voice so that only he and Chernzong could hear. That day in the sword waiting hall, Li Zhenshi directly voiced his support for you. It was the same as challenging Bai Yushan's authority in front of everyone. 2 days ago, a Bai family member from Martial Yao Hall beat Li Zhenshi up in the name of a challenge. By family, Chernzong's pupils shrank. Waves of anger surged in his heart. Ever since he entered the Seven Lights Martial Institution, Bai Yulo and Bai Yushan had been targeting him at every turn because of a small courtyard dispute. Now they were even targeting his friends. "Be careful," Chernzong said to Chen Kaiwei, and quickly walked towards Li Zhenshi's room. "You're here." Li Zhenshi was half lying on the bed. His left arm and right leg were fixed with wooden planks. His face was pale and his spirit was weak. He smiled when he saw Chernzong enter. "How are your injuries?" Chernzong asked. His anger grew even stronger. "I'm fine. I've already taken a grass restoration pill. My internal injuries will be healed in a few days." Li Zhenshi smiled and said, "It's just that my hands and feet may need some more time to fully recover." Chernzong nodded. He knew what to do. Of course, his own internal injuries were not light. He had taken a grass restoration pill and recovered in 3 days. Li Zhenshi's internal injuries were not lighter than his own. Besides, his left arm and right leg were fractured. His injuries were also very serious. "Tell me what happened." Chernzong sat down and asked casually. He suppressed the anger in his heart for the time being, but his anger burned even more fiercely. "I was challenged. I'm not as strong as my opponent, so I got injured. There's nothing strange about it." Li Zhenshi avoided the main point. "What's the name of the person who challenged you?" Chernzong's eyes were sharp and his tone was firm. Speaking of which, he did not have many friends. Li Zhenshi was one of them. By Xingye of Wuyao Hall. Chernzong's eyes were too sharp. Li Zhenshi shook his head and said in the end. In fact, if he did not tell Chernzong, he could have asked others. Chernzong remembered the name and did not say anything else. Instead, he chatted casually with Li Zhenshi about his trip to the Black Blood battlefield and shared some related experiences. "Take care of yourself," After a while, Chen Zong got up. He did not want to disturb Li Zhensher's rest. Chen Zong, don't mess around, Li Zhensher said seriously. Don't worry, I won't mess around, Chen Zong responded. He would not mess around, but he still had to do what he had to do. It was very clear that the reason why Li Zhensher was so seriously injured was definitely because Bai Yushan or the White Jade Tower could not find him. Or for other reasons they could not directly deal with him, so they dealt with Li Zhensher. Coincidentally, Li Zhensher had publicly supported him in the sword waiting hall that day. Bai Yushan held a grudge against him, so this was revenge. Wuyao Hall. Bai Xingye, Chen Zong muttered to himself. The anger in his heart burned more and more vigorously. It was as if his whole body was about to combust. Holding his sword, he strode out of Wuyao Hall and walked past the octagonal dojo towards Wuyao Hall. Disciple of Wuyao Hall, what are you doing here at Wuyao Hall? As soon as Chen Zong stepped into Wuyao Hall, he was stopped by someone. Where is Bai Xingye? Chen Zong's tone was indifferent with a hint of coldness. He was very direct. Why are you looking for senior brother Bai? The Wuyao Hall disciple frowned and immediately asked. To challenge. Challenge. The disciple sneered. Just you? Come back when you've reached Qi and Blood Realm level 8. Bypassing the disciple, Chen Zong quickly ran towards Wuyao Hall's house. Bai Xingye, get out here! A loud roar that pierced through gold and cracked rocks spread throughout the house, attracting a lot of attention. Get out of here! Wuyao Hall is not a place for you to behave atrociously. The Wuyao Hall disciple who was bypassed flew into a rage out of humiliation. He formed a claw with one hand and viciously grabbed at Chen Zong's shoulder blade. His attack was fierce and powerful enough to crush rock. Get out! Chen Zong struck out with his right palm. Like a dragon's roar, his attack landed heavily on the disciple's chest. The explosion of power sent the disciple flying a few meters away with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The Minute Realm Lesser Dragon Subduing Hand was powerful and domineering. How dare you attack someone in our martial Yao Hall? Immediately, another disciple rushed over and kicked Chen Zong viciously. The kick was powerful enough to crush rock. Chen Zong struck out with his palm again. The powerful Lesser Dragon Subduing Hand slapped the leg away. He took advantage of the situation and struck the disciple's chest with the tip of his sword. The disciple was sent flying a few meters away. Anger burned in his chest. His attacks were even more powerful. He defeated and injured 2 Wuyao Hall level 7 Qi and Blood Realm level 7 disciples in a row. Bai Xingye, get out here! Chen Zong roared once again. He was looking for Bai Xingye to block him. This made Chen Zong, who was originally burning with rage, even more furious. He was like the magma of a volcano that was about to erupt and destroy everything. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge senior brother Bai? Get out of Wuyao Hall immediately. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you. Other disciples rushed over and surrounded Chen Zong. Their faces were filled with anger and fear. He had defeated 2 Qi and Blood Realm level 7 martial artists in a row with his palm technique without using his sword. He must be very powerful. It was very difficult to defeat a Qi and Blood Realm level 7 martial artist of the same level. If they surrounded and attacked him, even if they defeated and injured him, it would undoubtedly tarnish Wuyao Hall's reputation. The other halls would think that they defeated him because they outnumbered him. It would damage Wuyao Hall's reputation. Chapter 92. Is it really okay for Little Rice Dumpling to do this? One person was enough to intimidate the surrounding martial Yao Hall disciples. Anger surged in Xiao Chen's chest like a tidal wave. He had an impulse to attack and release his anger to his heart's content. However, his rationality restrained him. His target was Bai Xingye, not anyone else. Don't be too arrogant. With a loud shout, a vigorous figure rushed over with quick step. It was as if a steed was charging forward with an imposing aura. Wu Zhongli is here. Good. Although Senior Brother Wu's cultivation is only at Qi and Blood Realm level 7, his strength is comparable to Qi and Blood Realm level 8. Senior Brother Wu, teach him a lesson. Let him know that he's far from qualified to behave atrociously in our Martial Yao Hall. Get lost. Wu Zhongli quickly rushed towards Chen Zong. He raised his fist like a bow that was pulled to its limit and blasted out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. It was extremely fast. The middle finger on his fist protruded like an arrowhead. Its single-point attack power was astonishing. You're the one who needs to get lost. Chen Zong let out a loud roar. His anger was overflowing, and his qi and blood surged like a raging tide. His strength rushed to his right arm. His palm was slightly red and his palm caved in. His lesser dragon-subduing hand was pushed to the extreme, and he struck forward. With a bang, the moment Chen Zong's palm collided with Wu Zhongli's fist, his caved-in palm suddenly blasted forward. The hidden second force exploded, shattering the air and creating a popping sound. Wu Zhongli's arm shook and stopped his body. His left hand then smashed towards Chen Zong's face. The tip of his sword struck out and collided with Wu Zhongli's left fist. His right hand performed the lesser dragon-subduing hand again. The two forces collided with the caved-in palm and forced Wu Zhongli to retreat. Impossible. Senior Brother Wu was actually forced to retreat. He's a disciple of the glorious Sword Hall. He hasn't even drawn his sword yet. For a moment, the disciples of the Martial Yao Hall were shocked and felt ashamed. The disciples of the Martial Yao Hall were most proficient in martial arts such as fists, palms, legs, and fingers, while the disciples of the Sword Yao Hall were proficient in swordsmanship. But now, at the same cultivation level, a disciple of the Martial Yao Hall was actually suppressed by a disciple of the Sword Yao Hall using a palm technique and was forced to retreat. Wu Zhongli flew into a rage out of humiliation. His face was flushed red, and his eye sockets were about to burst. Horse galloping fist. With a loud roar, the power of vitality suddenly erupted. He punched out like a steed charging forward, its power astonishing. The sword light flashed, as if it had slashed across everyone's eyes in an instant, causing them, who were caught off guard, to feel a piercing pain. They hurriedly closed their eyes, and the melodious sound of a sword rang in their ears. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Wu Zhongli being forced back by a sword strike. 10 horses charge. Once again, Wu Zhongli unleashed the power of qi and blood. He threw out 10 punches in a row, each of which was shockingly powerful. It was as if a warhorse was charging and running at the same time, bringing a strong gust of wind with it, blowing the dust and sand around Chen Zong. The momentum was so strong that it was as if it wanted to trample and crush Chen Zong. Splitting light sweeping shadow. Under the sword light split and changed freely. Streaks of tyrannical sharpness collided with the horse shadow and disappeared. Splitting light and shadowless. The sword light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. The slash, both the angle and timing were perfect, and the trajectory could be called perfect. There was no way to dodge or defend against it. The power exploded, and Wu Zhongli's chest was split open. Even the silver silk inner armor could not withstand the attack. A clear and straight wound appeared, and blood gushed out. His entire body flew back a few meters. Senior Brother Wu is injured. Hurry and apply medicine. So ruthless. I said, I'm only looking for Bai Xingye. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Chen Zong's sword fell naturally, and a drop of scarlet dripped from the tip of the sword. It was a shocking sight, but if anyone wants to stand up for me, I won't hold back. I can't hold back anymore. Too arrogant. I can't hold back either. Immediately, 2 Qi and Blood Realm 7th stage disciples rushed towards Chen Zong from both sides. No. Someone shouted and hurriedly tried to stop them. If it was any other place, especially during a life and death battle, teaming up against an enemy was normal. It was especially necessary when the enemy was very strong. But this was the Seven Lights Martial Academy, and Martial Yao Hall at that. Teaming up against a disciple of another hall would be dishonorable if they won, and even more humiliating if they lost. The two were very impulsive. A cold and sharp sword light flashed in front of them, and they felt as if their throats were about to be cut open. It woke them up with a start, and they broke out in cold sweat. They no longer dared to rush towards Chen Zong. I heard that someone came to our Martial Yao Hall to cause trouble. Who is it? A rough voice rang like a bell and shook the eardrums. Let me, Gao Tong, take a look. Senior Brother Gao is here. Senior Brother Gao is stronger than Senior Brother Wu. The power of his palm technique is amazing. He can definitely defeat him. The Martial Yao Hall disciples all looked happy. Not far away, a tall and strong figure rushed towards them. He was over 9 meters tall and very strong. His arms were larger than a normal person's thighs, and his skin was dark. He looked like an upright black bear. It's you. Gao Tong's bull-like eyes widened as he stared at Chen Zong with an ominous glint in his eyes. He seemed to be roaring as he began to run. The ground rumbled as an astonishing pressure spread out, but it did not affect Chen Zong at all. Chen Zong had never met anyone who could defeat him at the same cultivation level. Gao Tong opened his right hand. His palm was thick and broad like a millstone. He smashed it towards Chen Zong, and it was more like a black bear waving its huge paw to attack. This was the foundation establishment martial art that Gao Tong practiced when he was a martial disciple. It was called the bear palm technique, and was created by a senior master who observed the movements of a black bear. In order to practice this technique, Gao Tong had once taken the risk to observe the black bear at a close distance. With a loud roar, the power of this palm was even more amazing. The wind whistled under the palm, and the pressure of the fist made it hard for Chen Zong to breathe. With a shake of his wrist, Chen Zong raised his long sword and thrust it forward. It was like a flash of lightning striking down from the sky. It was extremely fast, and there was even light and shadow crisscrossing. This was because he had integrated some of the mysteries of the afterimage sword technique into the flash thunder sword technique. When Chen Zong practiced the afterimage sword technique to the true realm, it meant that he had completely understood and mastered the afterimage sword technique. Therefore, when he attacked, he could add the mysteries of the afterimage sword technique to his other sword techniques, increasing the power of his other sword technique. The sword was an extension of his arm. It was longer, and it reached Gao Tong's heart first. Bear King De Li. Gao Tong's chi and blood power suddenly exploded. His muscles and bones popped, and his forearms swelled. His palms seemed to have swelled up again, and became even bigger. He slapped towards Chen Zong fiercely. It was like a millstone falling down from above. The terrifying pressure made Chen Zong's body sink slightly, as if he was suddenly carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. His movements were affected. The lone star had appeared. The sword light disappeared, and the starlight appeared from nowhere. It stood alone in the world, attracting everyone's attention. Gao Tong was no exception. The reason why the lone star sword technique was so powerful and difficult to practice was not only because of its shocking attack power, but also because it had the effect of attracting people's attention. Think about it. Originally, you wanted to attack your opponent, but once your opponent's attention was attracted, it would imperceptibly weaken your control over your move. Both the power and accuracy of your moves would be affected. When Gao Tong realized what had happened, his heart was in pain and warm blood was flowing out. The sword was still stuck in his heart, and it was an inch deep. His palm was still 1 foot away from Chen Zong, but he did not dare to slap it down. If it was a life and death battle, his heart would have been pierced through by this sword. I'll say it again. Call Bai Xingye out. Chen Zong's face was cold, and his eyes were sharp with anger. His tone was as sharp as a sword. After being blocked several times, the anger in his heart had accumulated to the limit, and he could no longer suppress it. I don't believe that we can't defeat him with so many of us. That's right. Defeat him. Get him out of our Martial Yao Hall. The other Martial Yao Hall disciples were enraged, and they roared one after another. At this moment, they no longer cared about whether they should work together or not. Their blood rushed to their heads, and they could not care less. One by one, the Martial Yao Hall disciples at the 7th stage of the Qi and Blood realm rushed toward Chen Zong. They attacked him from all directions with their fists, palms, and legs. You're all courting death. Chen Zong was enraged. He retracted his sword and rushed forward. His sword flashed like a crescent moon sweeping across the sky. His sword was sharp, and he performed several sword techniques alternately. Each of them contained the essence of the afterimage sword technique, and there was no way to dodge them. Stop! Gao Tong hurriedly sprinkled medicinal powder on his chest and rushed toward Chen Zong again, striking out with his palm. Get lost! The extremely sharp sword flashed like lightning that tore through the clouds, and directly slashed Gao Tong's chest. The tyrannical power sent Gao Tong flying backward, and there was an additional wound on his chest that was dripping with blood. In just a short while, more than 10 Martial Yao Hall disciples at the 7th stage of the Qi and Blood realm fell to the ground. None of them were injured, but their bodies were bleeding profusely. Where does Bai Xingye live? Chen Zong pressed his sword against the throat of one of the disciples. He continuously attacked and injured more than 10 of them. His anger had been partially vented, but his eyes were even colder. Since he didn't want to come out, he would find him himself. He lives in courtyard number 53. The disciple felt a chill in his throat. If he didn't say it, Chen Zong might just stab him with his sword. For the sake of his own life, he had to say it. Courtyard number 53, Chen Zong repeated. He sheathed his sword and strode toward the courtyard area. The blood immersion jade that he wore on his body continuously sent pure blood qi into Chen Zong's body, rapidly recovering the qi and blood qi that he had used up earlier. Quick, inform the other senior brothers. Gao Tong stood up and shouted at those who were less injured. Chen Zong's footsteps were quick. As he walked, the aura on his body continued to condense and seemed to become more and more intense. From afar, it looked like a ball of invisible flame was burning through the sky. I don't know why you're looking for Bai Xingye, but now, you've already injured more than 10 Martial Yao Hall disciples. You've committed a grave mistake. A person walked over quickly from the side, followed by a group of people. Kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Then, you can walk out of Martial Yao Hall unscathed. This person was at the 8th stage of the Qi and Blood realm and thought highly of himself. Under normal circumstances, it would be reasonable for disciples of the same cultivation level to accept a challenge from a disciple from another hall. However, even Wu Zhongli and Gao Tong, who had extraordinary strength, were no match for them. It was estimated that among all the Qi and Blood realm's 7th stage disciples in Martial Yao Hall, there was no one who could defeat them. They had no choice but to let the Qi and Blood realm 8th stage disciples fight. Chapter 93. How can he be so strong? Even Senior Brotherly, who is at the 8th level of the Qi and Blood realm, is no match for him. The disciples of Martial Yao Hall stared at Chen Zong's back as he walked forward again in horror. On the other side, the disciple who asked Chen Zong to kneel down and kowtow was lying in a pool of blood. He was not dead, just a flesh wound. However, it was not light and would require at least 7 to 8 days of rest. Let's get a powerful senior brother to defeat him. Otherwise, Martial Yao Hall will become the laughingstock of other halls. That's right. Even if we have to ask a senior brother at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, we won't hesitate. Without a doubt, even if they defeated Chenzong, they would lose face if they asked a disciple at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm to fight him. However, it was better than being defeated by Chenzong and leaving calmly. Chenzong continued forward, and was stopped by a second martial artist at the 8th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Without saying a word, Chenzong quickened his pace. His legs seemed to be wrapped by a gust of wind as he floated forward swiftly. His sword pierced through the air and an intense light condensed on the blade. The sword was extremely fast and the tip of the sword was a little red. The air was filled with a burning smell, like a white line and a little red light. One sword, 6 transformations. Chenzong was extremely angry and calm at the same time. He was in a strange state, as if he was looking at everything from a higher point of view. Every change was within his control. Under the changes, the 8th level of the Qi and Blood realm could not resist at all. He was immediately defeated and fell to the ground before he could even use his ranked martial art. Chenzong, stop right there. Marshal Yao Hall's first senior brother blocked his way. He knew Chenzong because of Huan Yun's swordsman's lecture. Chenzong was personally called out by Huan Yun's swordsman, which was enough to attract everyone's attention. The person in front of him had a vague Qi and blood force, but Chenzong could feel how powerful it was. It was like the water of a great river, but also like a furnace that emitted an astonishing heat. The 9th level of the Qi and Blood furnace was very different from the 8th level. Chenzong could match or even defeat someone at the 8th level of the Qi and Blood realm, but he might not be able to defeat someone at the 9th level. But so what? In this strange state, Chenzong was endowed with unprecedented confidence. Even if the opponent before him was a martial artist of the Qi refining stage, he was not afraid to fight. He walked forward step by step, and his aura became more and more condensed. Chenzong, I don't want to attack you. Zhan Ning, the head disciple of Martial Glory Hall, frowned and said in a serious tone, I'm here to challenge Bai Xingye. Chenzong's heart was burning with anger, but his mind was becoming calmer. He did not forget his purpose of coming here. Why did you challenge Bai Xingye? Zhan Ning asked. The other party seemed to be in a rage, so it was definitely not just a challenge. There must be some other reason. As the eldest senior brother of the Marshal Yao Hall, he had to get to the bottom of this and give an explanation to those disciples who were injured. Bai Xingye broke a disciple's arm and leg in the name of a challenge, causing internal injuries, Chenzong said quickly. It's normal to get injured in a challenge. Zhan Ning frowned. Is it normal for someone at the 8th level of Qi and Blood realm to challenge someone at the 7th level of Qi and Blood realm? Chenzong asked in return. Call Bai Xingye here. Zhan Ning frowned. If what Chenzong said was true, then it was normal for him to come looking for him. Challenges were usually between those of the same cultivation level or those of a lower cultivation level challenging those of a higher cultivation level. Using a higher cultivation level to challenge a lower cultivation level, unless the lower cultivation level was publicly acknowledged to be very, very strong, no one would do such a shameless thing. Soon, Bai Xingye was called in. Eldest senior brother. Bai Xingye first bowed to Zhan Ning, then looked at Chenzong. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Bai Xingye, you challenged a disciple at the 7th level of Qi and Blood realm from the Martial Glory Hall and broke his arm and leg, causing him internal injuries. Is this true? Zhan Ning's tone was stern. As the eldest senior brother, he had to protect the disciples of the hall and consider the reputation of the hall. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. Challenges were normal and common. However, if one used the name of a challenge to deliberately injure someone, then the meaning was different. Eldest senior brother, it was that person who took the initiative to challenge me. I didn't challenge him. Bai Xingye defended himself. Really? Zhang stared at Bai Xingye and said sternly. Indeed. There were a few people in the martial glory hall who saw it with their own eyes. They can testify. Bai Xingye vowed. Chernzong, you heard it. The situation is different from what you said. Zhang's cold gaze fell on Chernzong's face. I believe in the disciples of the martial glory hall. However, you didn't see it with your own eyes, right? You barged into the martial glory hall based on the words of others and injured more than 20 disciples. You have to give me a clear explanation for this matter. Bai Xingye, did Bai Yushan order you to do it? Or did Bai Yulo order you to do it? Chernzong ignored Zhang. His eyes were sharp like unsheathed swords, piercing into Bai Xingye's eyes. His tone was indifferent, causing people to unconsciously feel a chill in their hearts. I don't understand what you are talking about. Bai Xingye's expression slightly tensed as he said. Chernzong, answer me. Zhang said angrily. As the eldest senior brother of the martial glory hall, he had never been ignored like this before. You believe in Bai Xingye, but I believe in the disciples of the martial glory hall. Chernzong looked at Zhang without fear. If that is the case, I want to challenge Bai Xingye. Bai Xingye, you don't have the guts to accept my challenge. You think you can challenge me? Bai Xingye smiled coldly, but he was secretly delighted. In fact, he had deliberately insulted and enraged Li Jinshe so that he could attack Li Jinshe and take the opportunity to seriously injure him. However, Bai Xingye knew very well that the person he wanted to deal with was Chernzong. However, he was still afraid of Illusory Cloud Swordsman's reputation. He did not know if Illusory Cloud Swordsman had left Seven Lights Martial Academy or not, so he could not attack directly. Now that Chernzong had taken the initiative to challenge him, he could use this opportunity to seriously injure him. Even if Illusory Cloud Swordsman knew about it, he would not say anything. After all, no one liked people who overestimated themselves. All right. Zhang stepped back and gave the stage to Chernzong and Bai Xingye. Chernzong, I will break your limbs just like your friend. No, I will be even more thorough than him. I will break all of your limbs, Bai Xingye said in a very low voice with his back facing Zhang. His eyes were fierce and a cruel and hideous smile hung on the corner of his mouth. I will pay you back double. Chernzong's expression was indifferent. Bai Xingye laughed hideously and stopped talking. He wore a pair of metal gloves on his hands. There were granules protruding on the edges of the gloves, making them even more lethal. He stomped his right foot heavily and charged towards Chernzong. He clenched his left hand into a fist and held it at his waist. Then, he punched out fiercely. The powerful force squeezed the air, and an astonishing wind pressure attacked first. He did not expect that it was just a feint. The real killing move was his right hand's vertical palm. Like a hand blade, he chopped fiercely towards Chernzong's shoulder. It was powerful enough to split a rock, and if he was hit, his shoulder blade would definitely break. Strike! The sword light was sharp, like a crescent moon sweeping across the sky, slicing towards Bai Xingye's chest. If Bai Xingye insisted on injuring Chernzong, his chest would also be sliced by this sword. His body of flesh and blood was unable to contend against a treasured iron sword. Bai Xingye paused his footsteps and twisted his body, avoiding Chernzong's sword from below. He did not expect that the sword would change again and follow Bai Xingye like a shadow. Steel breaking hand. One palm breaking steel. Bai Xingye's chi and blood power exploded. His face looked ferocious as his palm turned red like a blade. His speed increased exponentially, and his power became even more powerful. Under the blade and palm, the air seemed to be shattered. Lone Star illuminating the world. The Lone Star was extremely bright and dazzling. It almost blinded everyone's eyes. Even the head disciple of Marshal Yao Tang, Zhang, had to squint his eyes. Bai Xingye faced the Lone Star illuminating the world. He almost could not keep his eyes open. His attention was unconsciously distracted, and the speed of his hand blade slowed down. That lone star was like a shooting star flying across the sky. It was extremely fast, and it directly pierced through Bai Xingye's shoulder. This was just the beginning. The sword was pulled out and blood spurted out. Chen Zong did not stop and attacked again. The sword light crisscrossed and formed a dense net, covering Bai Xingye's body from top to bottom. Stop! Zhan Ying's expression changed drastically. With a leap, he flew through the air like a goshawk. His hands were like the claws of an eagle, shining with a metallic luster. They could easily tear apart rocks, and most probably could even pierce through iron. The martial art that Zhan Ying practiced was called the Mighty Eagle Claw. It was one of the top martial arts of mortal level. It was close to mortal level martial arts of extreme level. It was very difficult to practice, but once mastered, one's hands would be comparable to rock and steel. They could easily tear apart beasts and block swords. Zhan Ying did not attack Chen Zong directly. Instead, he grabbed at the sword light with his claws. The peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 9 was very high. His strength was extremely strong, and his speed was even faster. Before Chen Zong could feel it, his claws had already shattered the layers of sword light and grabbed at the iron sword. Sky light and cloud shadow. Chen Zong exploded. The strong sky light and cloud shadow intertwined and filled the surroundings. Even Zhan Ying could not see clearly. He could only see a vast expanse of white, but his senses were not affected. His claws were still grabbing at the sword. The sword and Zhan Ying's claws clashed. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The impact was so strong that Chen Zong almost lost his grip on the sword. Taking advantage of the momentum, he held the iron sword tightly and pulled it out from the gap between Zhan Ying's claws. At the same time, Chen Zong held the scabbard tightly with his left hand. He performed the lone star illuminating the world again and stabbed at Bai Xingye's other shoulder. The scabbard was not sharp, so it could not pierce through. However, the strong force shattered Bai Xingye's shoulder blade. His whole body flew out and rolled back when he landed. His martial attire was torn, and his silver inner armor was also shattered. His wounds were everywhere, and he was bleeding profusely. It was a horrifying sight, especially since one of his shoulders was pierced and the other shoulder blade was shattered. Bai Xingye's arms were almost crippled. Without a certain amount of rest, he would not be able to recover. As for the sword wounds on his body, they were not that serious. However, blood kept flowing out. If he did not stop the bleeding in time, he might die from excessive blood loss. Bai Xingye's arms could not move, so he could not stop the bleeding. Immediately, the other disciples of Marshal Yao Hall ran over and sprinkled hemostatic powder on his wound. Chen Zong, you've gone too far. Zhan Ying's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anger. If I lose, it will only be worse than this. Chen Zong's expression did not change. Bai Xingye had already planned for this. Chapter 94. 3 moves. Chen Zong's face was solemn. When Chen Zong saw Zhan Ying earlier, he knew that Zhan Ying's cultivation was high, and his strength was definitely not weak. When he attacked just now, Chen Zong could feel his strength even further. The Heaven Light Cloud Shadow Sword that had always been successful seemed to have met its nemesis. However, Chen Zong knew that it was not his nemesis. It was just that his opponent was very strong. Although his eyes were affected, his hearing and other senses were still intact. To put it bluntly, it was the difference in strength between them. If he was at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood Realm, his opponent would not have been able to block that attack. Moreover, this person was the eldest senior brother of Marshal Yao Hall. He was undoubtedly the strongest person in Marshal Yao Hall. Chen Zong had injured nearly 20 disciples of Marshal Yao Hall and severely injured Bai Xingye. 3 moves were very dangerous. But, so what? No matter what, Chen Zong would be able to withstand it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong pushed the third level of the true sword heavenly supreme skill to the extreme. His qi and blood force was vast and mighty, like sword qi, it rushed to every part of his body. Being guided, the blood-sinking jade essence near his chest released more pure blood qi into Chen Zong's body, causing Chen Zong's depleted qi and blood to recover faster. With the help of the blood-sinking jade essence, Chen Zong's progress in the third level of the true sword heavenly supreme skill was even higher, nearing the peak. First move. Zhang Ying took a deep breath. He did not make any special moves, nor did he explode with power. However, he rushed towards Chen Zong in an instant. His right hand formed an eagle's claw. As soon as he attacked, it was already in front of Chen Zong. This was the foundation establishment stage martial art Eagle Claw. When used by Zhang Ying, its power was terrifying. Especially since Zhang Ying's hands had been tempered time and time again, they were as hard as knives and swords. With a claw, even rocks would be crushed. He slashed out with his sword and stepped back at the same time. The sword and eagle claw collided, producing a sound of metal clashing. The tyrannical force shook the sword, and it almost flew out of his hand. The web between his thumb and index finger felt like it was being torn apart. Chen Zong had to retreat continuously to dissipate the force. So fast! What terrifying strength! Chen Zong was shocked. A normal martial artist at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm could increase their arm strength by 9,000 caddies, reaching an astonishing 10,000 caddies when they circulated their Qi and Blood. 10,000 jin of arm strength, how terrifying was that? He could easily turn a big water buffalo into meat paste. In addition to the amplification of the cultivation technique, it would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Even though this attack was only made with the power of qi and blood, Chen Zong had also unleashed all of his strength to resist it. The force of a full 6,000 kilograms, coupled with the 20% increase in the power of the true sword heavenly supreme skill, as well as the various blocking and deflecting techniques that Chen Zong had comprehended from the sword techniques he had cultivated, was able to resist the attack. Even so, he was still shaken to the point that his qi and blood were in turmoil and his strength was scattered. Zhang Ying did not immediately launch a second attack. He was waiting for Chen Zong to adjust. Otherwise, he would only need one more attack to directly defeat Chen Zong. If it wasn't for Chen Zong barging into Marshal Yao Hall and injuring many disciples, as the chief disciple of Marshal Yao Hall, he wouldn't have made a move. That would be considered as bullying. Circulating the cultivation technique, integrating the qi and blood in his body, his strength condensed once again. The progress of the third level of the true sword heavenly supreme skill seemed to have improved, and he was one step closer to the peak. If he reached the peak, it would be equivalent to completely mastering the third level, and he would be able to obtain another 10% amplification. Are you done adjusting? Take my second attack. Zhang Ying's eyes were sharp as he saw through Chen Zong's condition. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. This time, it was still an eagle claw attack, but the speed was faster by a notch. Moreover, the power was also 30% stronger, and the power was even more terrifying. Fortunately, Chen Zong's mind was sharper than ordinary people, so he was able to react in an instant as if it was his instinct. Lone star illuminating the world. He had no choice but to do so. His opponent's strength was too strong. The sword disappeared, and the lone star illuminated the world, as if it was the light that proved itself to others. In the next second, the lone star was crushed under Zhang Ying's eagle claw. Chen Zong's sword pierced the eagle claw. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the terrifying power caused the sword to gradually bend. Chen Zong's face was flushed red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He pushed his strength to the limit, and his feet seemed to sink into the ground, dragging 2 more tracks behind him. Zhang Ying's eagle claw shook, and the second wave of power exploded. Chen Zong was unable to resist and was directly pushed back. His feet were violently rubbed against each other, and the soles of his shoes were worn out. 2 tracks that were 6 to 7 meters long were dragged on the ground. He actually blocked it. Zhang Ying was very surprised. It was beyond his expectations. A Qi and Blood Realm's 7th stage cultivator was actually able to block 2 of his attacks, especially the second one. It could be said that other than not using a graded martial art, he had already used his full strength. It seemed that he had to use a third attack. Chen Zong was actually feeling very uncomfortable. His qi and blood were violently vibrating, and his strength was scattered. He couldn't gather it at all. His chest felt stuffy, and he almost vomited blood before he felt relieved. His right hand that was holding the sword was in pain, and his right arm was numb. He almost lost all feeling. One had to know that if he used all his strength to display the lone star illuminating the world, it would be enough to kill most Qi and Blood Realm 8th stage cultivators. However, he couldn't even completely block a normal attack from his opponent. The difference in strength was huge. The third attack. After Chen Zong adjusted himself, Zhang Ying's voice rang out. At the same time, a terrifying aura emerged from his body. It was very sharp, and his eyes became extremely sharp, like an eagle staring at its prey. Mighty Eagle Claw. Aerial Kill. Zhang Ying's body suddenly leaped high, and his arms spread out like an eagle's wings. His whole body swooped down. Chen Zong immediately felt like he was locked on. His whole body trembled for no reason, and his hair stood on end. Zhang Ying stretched out his eagle claw, and the tip of his fingers shone with a metallic luster. It was like the tip of a sword piercing through the air. Zhang Ying cultivated the high-grade human-class Goshawk technique and the high-grade Mighty Eagle Claw. The two complemented each other, and their power was even more tyrannical. He didn't hold back in this attack. After all, Zhang Ying didn't use his full strength in the previous 2 attacks. On one hand, he had underestimated Chen Zong. On the other hand, he was holding back a little. Zhang Ying admired Chen Zong for being able to block 2 of his attacks. However, no matter what, Chen Zong had injured many disciples of the martial Yao Hall. As the first senior brother, he had to give an explanation to the disciples of the martial Yao Hall. Therefore, he used all his strength in this attack. I can't block it. Chen Zong's heart suddenly had this thought. It was too strong. Zhang Ying's eagle claw hadn't reached him, but the pressure was already overwhelming. It was almost suffocating. His whole body was stiff, and his limbs were numb. He couldn't even move his qi and blood force. Some people would shrink back when faced with pressure, and even collapse under pressure. However, some people would be inspired by pressure and turn pressure into motivation. Chen Zong was no doubt the latter. Under this kind of terrifying pressure, Chen Zong desperately operated the true sword Heavenly Supreme skill. With the help of the blood-sinking jade essence, the true sword Heavenly Supreme skill naturally reached the peak of the 3rd level. He completely grasped it, and the power of his sword skill increased from 20% to 30%. It was a pity that he didn't break through to the 4th level. Otherwise, he could condense a true sword force, and its power would be even more powerful. Chen Zong didn't have the time to regret. It was too urgent. The strong pressure was endless, and it didn't stop or weaken at all. Burning Blood Technique. A low roar rolled from the depths of his throat like thunder. His qi and blood collided, and the intense friction generated heat. It instantly burned, and an even more tyrannical power spread throughout his body. Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword. He completely exploded, and 100% of his qi and blood force and 100% of his physique were not held back. Ever since the Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword had been perfected, its power had increased, and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Qi and Blood Realm, Chernzong had never used this sword technique at full strength. He wasn't sure how powerful it was. However, Chernzong had a kind of confidence. When he used the burning blood technique, the full power of the Sky Light Cloud Shadow Sword would be enough to threaten a 9th level Qi and Blood Realm martial artist. It wouldn't even be a problem for him to injure a 9th level Qi and Blood Realm martial artist, but he wasn't sure if he could kill him. Chernzong also had his own considerations as to why he used the burning blood technique instead of the blood boiling technique. Under these circumstances, the burning blood technique was undoubtedly more practical, and its amplification was slightly better than the first level of the blood boiling technique. He had to take advantage of even the slightest difference. An incomparably intense light covered an area of 10 meters. It was a vast expanse of white and nothing could be seen. However, a terrifying sword light slashed through the air. Jianing couldn't see it, but he could feel it. His eagle claw slightly changed direction and grabbed at the sword light. Chernzong could also feel it, but he discovered that he couldn't completely control this tyrannical sword. His opponent's eagle claw was also extremely fast. By the time he realized it, it was already too late to react, and he could only slash downwards. The sword collided with the eagle claw, and a terrifying force exploded. The air surged and ripples spread out in layers. The intense light and shadow were torn apart like cotton being blown away by the wind. Zhang Ying's claw loosened, and Chernzong continuously retreated. His entire body swayed as if he was drunk, and his legs went soft. He relied on his strong willpower to support himself, but because he had used all of his blood qi and physical strength, his face was frighteningly pale. A large amount of pure blood qi continuously flowed into his body from the blood-sinking jade essence, rapidly recovering his blood qi and not feeling so uncomfortable. There was a sword wound on Zhang Ying's palm. It had just broken through the skin, and traces of blood seeped out. It had to be known that after using the goshawk technique and Herculean eagle claw, the toughness of the palm would increase by several times. It was impossible for the treasure iron sword to break through his defense. Unexpectedly, he was still injured. "Take 3 hits from me, and this matter will be over. You can leave now." Jianing stared at Chernzong and said in a serious tone. Thinking back to that sword just now, he felt his heart palpitate. If his opponent's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the blood qi realm, it was still unknown whether he could withstand that sword. Without saying a word, Chernzong took out an energy pill and threw it into his mouth. He slowly turned around and walked out of Martial Yao Hall step by step. It was very slow, very difficult, and he was completely exhausted. However, no one dared to underestimate him. It was always easier for people to respect a powerful person. After a long time, Chernzong finally walked out of Martial Yao Hall and walked towards the octagonal dojo. With a puff, Chernzong couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. That attack was so powerful that Chernzong couldn't completely block it even after using all of his strength. His internal organs were still injured from the shock. Fortunately, his blood qi was strengthened by the lesser cycle of blood qi. Chapter 95. One grass returning pill cost 30,000 white jade coins, but it was very effective in treating internal injuries. After one night, Chernzong felt that his injuries were mostly healed. It basically did not affect his normal movement. Early in the morning, Chernzong was practicing his sword in the small courtyard. His swinging speed was very slow because he was recalling every battle from yesterday. Especially the battle with Martial Glory Hall's eldest senior brother, Jianing. Although he did not gain any advantage, and was even injured, he gained the most. After all, Jianing gave him a lot of pressure. Under that pressure, his true sword Heavenly Skills 3rd stage had reached the peak. The next step was to break through to the 4th stage. In addition, as he practiced, Chernzong found that his strength seemed to be a little more condensed when he swung his sword. Any slight improvement could not be underestimated. Many a little makes an ocean, and it would eventually lead to a qualitative change. After easily piercing through the hard iron woodpile, Chen Zong sheathed his sword and rested. My internal injuries should be healed by tomorrow. After muttering to himself, Chen Zong stood up. Let's go see Li Jinsher first, then ask about the price of the blood-sinking jade essence. The more Chen Zong wore it, the more he found the blood-sinking jade essence useful. The more reluctant he was to sell it, but he had to sell it. At worst, he would spend more time and cultivate harder. What he did not expect was that Chen Zong's plan was disrupted again. In the sword-swaying hall, Bai Yushan, Martial Glory Hall's eldest senior brother, and Bai Yushan were both present. In addition, there were 3 people that Chen Zong had never seen before. They were also 7 Lights Martial Institution's disciples, but each of them had a cold and old-fashioned expression. The blood vitality they emitted had clearly reached the 9th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. Seeing Chen Zong enter, Zhang Ying's eyes flashed with a trace of apology, while Bai Yushan's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. The 3 unfamiliar martial artists' faces were solemn. Their eyes were cold as if they could see through everything, carrying an indescribable dignity. Disciples of Glory Hall. Seeing the 3 unfamiliar martial artists' martial attire, Chen Zong immediately knew their identities and had a guess. Chen Zong, you broke into Martial Glory Hall yesterday and injured 18 Martial Glory Hall disciples. Is this true? One of the Glory Hall's disciple asked. His voice was Chen Zong translation? His voice, translation, and Zong Ying translation. Yes. Chen Zong didn't try to defend himself. What was done was done. There was no need to deny it. Since you've admitted it, you should be punished, the second disciple of Bright Punisher Hall said. Translation, Zong, translation, Zong. Translation, as translation in translation as black sheep, translation, Zhang Zong translation how translation as translation as translation as Zong, translation as in is translation? Translation, as the glorious Sword Hall's senior disciple, I must first reflect on myself. I did not restrain Chen Zong, allowing him to break into Martial Glory Hall and injure so many Martial Glory Hall disciples. This is my dereliction of duty. Bai Yushan's tone seemed to be tactful, but there was a hidden murderous intent. His eyes fell on Chen Zong's face, sharp and threatening. Chen Zong, you used a challenge as an excuse to break into Martial Glory Hall and injure so many Martial Glory Hall disciples. You have committed a grave mistake. I have said that meritorious deeds should be rewarded and meritorious deeds should be punished. Do you have any objections to this? No. Chen Zong saw through Bai Yushan's hypocrisy and did not argue with him. This was because he knew that today's situation was directly related to Bai Yushan. Arguing was meaningless. If Bai Yushan wanted to punish him, then he would accept it. One day, when he had greater strength, he would pay back all of this. He would pay back double and make Bai Yushan regret it. Since Chen Zong said so, Zhang Ying shut his mouth and did not say anything else. However, he more or less saw something, but so what? In the end, it did not have much to do with him. My 3 junior brothers of Glorious Execution Hall, Chen Zong's attitude in admitting his mistakes is good. I suggest that we only give him one punishment, but this punishment must be engraved in his memory. He must remember this lesson and never do it again. Bai Yushan spoke with assurance and looked at Chen Zong again. 10 days of confinement in the Black House will allow you to reflect on your mistakes and remember them well. 10 days. Zhang Ying's expression changed. The 3 Glorious Execution Hall disciples' mouths twitched. Confinement in the Black House was within their expectations, but 5 days was already an acceptable punishment. They did not expect Bai Yushan to be so ruthless as to say 10 days. Actually, I also have my own selfish motives. Bai Yushan spoke again. Among the disciples of glorious martial sword hall that were injured, Bai Xingye is a disciple of my Bai family. He has a good relationship with me since young. For him to be injured so severely, I am very sad and heartbroken. Especially when the person who injured him so severely is a disciple of glorious sword hall, an outstanding disciple. I am even more upset. I hope everyone can understand my feelings. Senior brother Bai, we can understand your feelings, but 10 days is too long. One of the glorious execution hall disciples spoke up. Chernzong, in view of the fact that you broke into glorious martial sword hall and injured too many people, the situation is very serious. You must be severely punished. You will be confined in the Black House for 8 days. You can bring energy pills and water with you. Do you have any objections? Another glorious execution hall disciple spoke directly. Can you wait until my injuries are healed? Chenzong asked. He did not know what kind of punishment the Black House confinement was, but Chernzong wanted his injuries to be healed and his mental and physical state to be at their peak before entering. You will enter the Black House at 9 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow. The third glorious execution hall disciple said. Bai Yushan could not change the punishment of the glorious execution hall disciples, but 8 days should be enough. Remember, next time, do not break into other halls and injure people. The glorious execution hall disciple warned, if you do it again, the punishment will not be limited to 8 days. I know. Chernzong nodded. From beginning to end, he had a calm and unhurried appearance. Bai Yushan secretly resented him. Leaving the sword swaying hall and returning to the courtyard 88, Chernzong wondered what the Black House confinement was like. Don't think too much, you will know the day after tomorrow. Chernzong could not help but shake his head. Seeing how the other people's faces changed when they talked about the Black House confinement, he knew that the Black House confinement must be terrible. But it is nothing. To become strong, one must experience all kinds of good and bad. It is also a kind of training. Chernzong said to himself, encouraging himself. Not long after, Chen Chuyun came to find him. She heard the news. In fact, the news was released by Bai Yushan on purpose. His purpose was to warn others and let them know the consequences of doing wrong. 8 days in the Black House confinement is a little long. Chen Chuyun always looked cold. It will pass. Chernzong smiled. Yes, I have never entered the Black House. I only know that the biggest danger in the Black House comes from the darkness and loneliness. You can't see or hear anything, and there is no one to talk to. It is as if the whole world has abandoned you. It will bring serious interference and pressure to your spiritual will. Chen Chuyun told Chernzong what she knew. So, little brother, you have to be careful. Try to stay calm and don't have any distracting thought. Okay. Chernzong nodded. He went to visit Li Zhenshi. Li Zhenshi's injuries were getting better, but it would take some time for him to fully recover. Chernzong, you are too impulsive. Li Zhenshi smiled bitterly, but he was touched. He knew that Chernzong did this because he was injured and wanted to stand up for him. Sometimes it is inevitable to be impulsive in life. Otherwise it would be too boring, Chernzong said with a smile. Take care of your injuries. I hope that when I come out of the Black House, your injuries will be healed. You must stay calm, Li Zhenshi said. Chernzong nodded and left. As usual, he woke up early. After washing up, he practiced swordsmanship for a while. After breakfast, Chernzong went to the Black House. Under the main effect of the grass-returning pill and the assistance of the blood-sinking jade essence, his injuries were healed. His spirit and body were at peak condition. Every hall had a Black House. At this time, Bai Yushan and the others were outside the Black House. The 3 disciples of Yao Xing Hall were also there. Chernzong, I thought you were too scared to come. Bai Yulo mocked without restraint, but Chernzong ignored him like a clown. Bai Yulo's face turned ashen. The Black House was a square room with a length, width, and height of 3 meters. It was made of steel that was as thick as 5 fingers. It was very heavy and hard. Even if a Chi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist attacked with all his might, he would only be able to leave some mark. Chernzong, before entering the Black House, we have to check it first, the disciple of Yao Xing Hall said, and began the check. The so-called check was to see if any food was smuggled in. Normal Black House confinement did not allow any food or water. However, this time, Chernzong was allowed to bring energy pills and water to avoid starving to death in the Black House. After the check, the blood-sinking jade essence on his chest was treated as a jade pendant. It was not against the rules. After all, some people would wear some accessories. Other than that, there were 20 energy pills, 2 pots of water, and an iron sword. Chernzong, don't be scared out of your wits, Bai Yulo mocked again. Chernzong still ignored him and pretended not to hear him. Chernzong, if you can't take it, you can draw your sword and slit your throat. Then you won't have to suffer anymore and everything will be over, Bai Yulo said again. Don't worry, I won't die before you. Chernzong walked to the entrance of the Black House and looked back at Bai Yulo with a smile. His sharp gaze made Bai Yulo's expression change drastically. He turned around and strode into the Black House made of steel. Then, the heavy steel door slowly closed. The only light in the room dimmed as the door closed until it completely disappeared. Darkness, there was only darkness. There seemed to be nothing but darkness. Even with my eyesight, I can't see anything, Chernzong muttered to himself in the Black House. His tone was quite surprised. It was even darker than some nights. However, his breathing was not affected at all. This showed that the Black House's structure was not simple. When Chernzong first entered the Black House, he felt that it was a novelty. He walked around, but because the space was very small with only 3 meters in length, width, and height, he easily touched the cold walls. Chapter 96. Hurry up and get some monthly votes to give Little Rice Dumpling some power. I wonder what he'll look like when he comes out 8 days later. Bai Yulo chuckled as if he was guessing something. Whether he'll be able to walk out is still a question. Bai Yushan smiled. After 8 days of confinement, most people would either have a mental breakdown or commit suicide. So boring. On the first day, Chernzong practiced the true sword sky power art. Unfortunately, the space in the dark room was not big enough, so practicing the sword art was restricted quite a bit. His 5 senses were also blurred, and he would touch the wall from time to time, causing the echoes to vibrate and impact on his eardrums. Once, twice, or 3 times was fine, but if it happened too many times, he would feel annoyed and had no choice but to stop. On the second day, Chernzong started to feel bored. Looking ahead, all he could see was darkness. Even if he used the 8th style of the true sword, it would still be swallowed up by the darkness. His senses would be blurred, and his grasp of distance would be messed up. If he couldn't grasp it well, it would be detrimental to his cultivation. Darkness and loneliness were slowly eroding his heart. Forget it, I'll just cultivate, Chernzong said to himself. His voice echoed in the dark room and went in and out of his ears. He calmed down and practiced the true sword sky supreme skill. His chi and blood were like swords running in his body over and over again. The true sword sky supreme skill was above the human level, and the cultivation speed of the 3rd level was even more amazing. Unfortunately, any skill needed a basis to cultivate, and it was impossible to generate power out of thin air. Chernzong only brought some energy pills into the dark room this time, which could only ensure that he would not starve to death. It was very difficult to improve his cultivation. The cultivation of chi and blood consumed the body's energy, and the body's energy had to be replenished through food or pills. Energy pills for Chi and Blood Realm level 7 could only replenish the body's energy and resist hunger. It did not help with cultivation at all. It could be said that those who were punished by confinement did not dare to cultivate chi and blood at all. Once they did, they would consume their body's energy. Without replenishment, they would either starve to death or die from blood failure. It was very miserable. Unable to cultivate, there were even fewer ways to resolve the darkness and loneliness. It was inevitable that they would feel troubled and eventually collapse. It could be said that the punishment of confinement in the Black Room seemed to be quite severe, but after thinking about it carefully, one would realize that it was actually very severe and interconnected. Chernzong was glad that he had obtained the blood agglomerate jade essence, and had not sold it yet. Otherwise, he would not have dared to cultivate the true sword sky skill. After all, the true sword sky skill was beyond the superior grade mortal level, and its cultivation effect was amazing. At the same time, its absorption effect was also amazing. Large amounts of pure blood chi flowed into his body along with the circulation of the true sword heaven supreme skill, strengthening his blood chi bit by bit. It was very difficult for the blood-sinking jade to be born. It required jade and a large amount of blood over a long period of time. Ordinary blood was not enough. It had to be the blood of a martial artist or a demonic beast. Think about it. The pure blood chi contained in one tael of blood-sinking jade was equivalent to the blood chi produced by a martial artist at the 7th level of the chi and blood realm after 2 to 3 months of continuous cultivation. The birth of the blood-sinking jade essence was hundreds or thousands of times more difficult than the blood-sinking jade. 100 times more valuable was only the lowest estimate. The blood-sinking jade essence that Chernzong had obtained weighed more than one tael, but the pure blood chi it contained was hundreds of times more than the blood-sinking jade in both quantity and quality. It also had a special characteristic. When worn, it would naturally absorb the blood chi emitted by the body to replenish the body. Every martial artist had a strong blood chi, and there would always be a small part of it emitted naturally. That was the body's natural consumption and was equivalent to wasting it. However, the blood-sinking jade essence would absorb this consumption to replenish the body and feed it back to Chernzong, forming a cycle. Chernzong estimated that the pure blood chi contained in this blood-sinking jade essence was enough for him to cultivate to the 9th level of the chi and blood realm with a lot left over. Absorbing the pure blood chi from the blood-sinking jade essence was more effective than consuming the beast blood pill. After all, the beast blood pill had impurities while the blood-sinking jade essence had no impurities and was extremely pure. 2 hours later, Chernzong had to stop cultivating as his body could not take it anymore. However, the pure blood chi from the blood-sinking jade essence would automatically enter his body without causing any burden. It was equivalent to cultivating all the time. His cultivation was constantly approaching the late stage of the 7th level of the chi and blood realm. Now, what should I do? Chernzong pondered. Staying in the dark room was very boring. There was a limit to his cultivation, and he could not leave. He could not bring in the ice-fire cleansing membrane ointment. Under normal circumstances, he should be practicing his sword. However, his 5 senses were blurry and the space was limited. It was not conducive to sword practice. What should I do? Chernzong repeated. After thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be nothing he could do. I'll sleep. He simply closed his eyes and did not think about anything. He leaned against the wall and planned to sleep. However, the wall was made of steel and was very cold. It was not comfortable to sleep. On the 3rd day, the feeling of boredom grew stronger. In the past, martial artists who were punished by being confined in the dark room would begin to feel irritated on the 2nd day. On the 3rd day, their irritability would increase to a certain extent. If they could not adjust their mentality properly, they would have a mental breakdown on the 3rd or 4th day. It would take a long time for them to recover. Chernzong practiced the true sword sky supreme skill for another 2 hours. He tried to practice his sword. His five senses were blurry and his sense of distance was blurred. He accidentally stabbed his sword into the steel wall. The sword trembled and a piercing sound reverberated endlessly. It was like a demon's voice piercing through his brain, making Chen Zong very uncomfortable. Chen Zong did not give up and continued to practice his sword. He touched the wall a few more times. The piercing sound lingered endlessly. He could not help but feel irritated. He quickly stopped and took a deep breath to adjust his mentality. He tried to calm himself down and get rid of all distracting thought. Forget it, I'll stop practicing my sword first. I'll just get used to this place and grasp the distance. With nothing to do, Chen Zong could only do this. He had to find something to do to get rid of the darkness and loneliness. He slowly walked around in the dark room. He measured the size of the dark room with his hands and feet and thoroughly understood it. Everyone had the ability to adapt to the environment. However, some people were better than others. Chen Zong, who had been transformed by the mysterious sword point, was very outstanding among the former. He could quickly adapt to different environments. With the intention, he quickly explored the entire dark room clearly. Although his five senses were still very vague, the sense of distance had become much clearer. This was a very dry and boring thing. After Chen Zong eliminated all distracting thoughts, he immersed himself in it. He began to practice. This time, he practiced his fist. Fist and sword were different, but they had something in common. However, it was undeniable that for normal people, practicing fist techniques was easier than practicing sword technique. That was because the fist was a part of the body and was easier to control. On the other hand, the sword was an extension of the body and had different lengths and thicknesses. It was very difficult to control it perfectly. For example, if you could hit a target with a punch, but if you were to stab with a sword, you would probably miss. Practicing fist techniques in this dark room was much easier than practicing sword techniques, especially since Chen Zong himself had already cultivated the Tiger Power fist technique to the minute subtlety realm. His control of the sword was very fine, and he could better control his strength. After several rounds of fist art, Chen Zong had a clearer grasp of the distance. Even his five senses seemed to have recovered a little, but it was not obvious. The good thing was that his heart began to really calm down. He no longer felt empty and irritated. He could think about the shortcomings of his sword art and see if there was anything he could improve. He could also recall the past battles. At night, the temperature dropped. The fine steel in the dark room became colder. Fortunately, there was the blood-sinking jade, which constantly urged the flow of qi and blood to drive away the coldness. On the fourth day, Chen Zong was not as bored as before, because he found a way to relieve himself. He practiced sword art again. At first, it was inevitable that his sword would touch the fine steel wall. The ear-piercing sound kept surging, disturbing Chen Zong. Fortunately, he gradually adjusted his mentality and was not affected too much. Since he could not see anything, Chen Zong simply closed his eyes. It made him feel better. He also seemed to have a clearer grasp of the distance around him. Gradually, the number of times his sword touched the fine steel wall became less and less. The sword art Chen Zong practiced was very simple. It was the 18 basic moves and several foundational sword art. As he practiced, the sword light brought by the 8 moves of the real sword gradually became clearer. When he was hungry, he would eat energy pills. When he was thirsty, he would drink some water. He did not eat any other food. There were almost no impurities in his body, so he did not have to go to the bathroom. Otherwise, he would probably stink. This was also because the body of a warrior was stronger. If it were an ordinary person, it would not be possible. On the 5th day, Chen Zong practiced as usual. He did not need to practice sword art carefully anymore. He could practice freely as usual. His 5 senses were still vague, but his grasp of the distance around him had improved. he would not touch the fine steel wall of the dark room. Obviously, it was a clear improvement. On the 6th day, Chen Zong felt agitated again. Without warning, it suddenly appeared for no reason. He could not focus on practicing qi and blood or sword art. Even if he tried his best to relieve himself, it was difficult. It swept over him like a tide. It's so boring. Why is it like this? Is there anyone here? Let me out. In the dark room, Chen Zong yelled and tried his best to vent. He punched the fine steel wall with his fist. There seemed to be a ball of evil fire burning in his heart. No one responded. The evil fire seemed to be burning more and more vigorously. He almost went crazy. He punched and kicked. His fists were burning with pain. He pulled out his sword and slashed the fine steel wall again and again. The ear-piercing sound pierced his eardrums and tore his brain. It made Chen Zong more agitated, but there was also an inexplicable pleasure. He could not stop at all. Until he was exhausted, Chen Zong lay on the ground and gasped for breath. Time in the dark room felt very long. Every second seemed to be 10 times or dozens of times longer. It was more difficult to pass. After the 6th day, Chen Zong's sense of time became more vague. He had no idea how much time had passed. Chapter 97. I'm shouting so loudly, why don't you guys support me? It's too much of a bummer. It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury, but a martial artist's physique is stronger, and their self-healing ability is stronger. Only with medicine can they recover in a shorter time. Chen Chu-yun, Li Zhenshi, Chen Kaiwei and the others stood outside the dark room, waiting anxiously. A disciple of Yao Xing Hall stood in front of the dark room, waiting for the time to come. Li Zhenshi's face was still a little pale. Apparently, he had just recovered from his injuries, but his condition was not completely recovered. Chen Zong should be fine, right? Chen Kaiwei said. He had heard of the horror of being confined in the dark room. 8 days was enough to destroy a person, so he was very worried. You have to believe in Brother Chen. Li Zhenshi squeezed out a smile, but it was inevitable that he was worried. Chen Chu-yun's face was cold. He did not say a word, but his body was filled with traces of coldness. Bai Yushan, Bai Yulo and the others stood in another place. Bai Yushan was expressionless, while Bai Yulo was sneering. 8 days of confinement, I wonder if he's still alive? I don't think so. 5 days of confinement is already unbearable. Every day after that will be a great torture. I guess the corpse is already cold. There were all kinds of discussions. Most of the people here had nothing to do with Chen Zong. They just came to take a look out of curiosity. 8 days of confinement was unique. Time's up. The voice of the disciple of Yao Xing Hall sounded, and at the same time, it affected everyone's heart. Their eyes fell on the steel door of the dark room, and they unconsciously held their breath. The disciple of Yao Xing Hall slowly opened the steel door. It was pitch black, and the light that shone in seemed to be swallowed. It emitted a chill that made people shudder. Chen Zong, come out. The disciple of Yao Xing Hall shouted into the dark room. Time's up? A hoarse and obscure voice, like metal scraping against each other, came out from the dark room. It was like a rusty sawtooth sword cutting into everyone's eardrums. It was strange and uncomfortable. He's still alive. Everyone unconsciously trembled in surprise. Chen Chu-yun and the others were full of joy. Bai Yushan, Bai Yulo and the others were gloomy, and the others were full of horror. Standing at the door of the dark room, Chen Zong felt that the light in front of him was so strong that it almost shattered his eyes and melted him. Chen Zong squinted his eyes and slowly adapted to the sudden light. The light that seemed to shatter the darkness brought about an indescribable feeling. After a while, Chen Zong gradually adapted to the light. He stepped out and bathed in the sunlight again. The warmth spread all over his body, and his qi and blood seemed to have recovered. Under their gazes, a figure gradually appeared. He walked out from the darkness with a lonely aura, as if he had walked out from the abyss, or like a lone star hanging in the sky. It was indescribable. That indescribable feeling fiercely attacked everyone's eyes and hearts. It was as if they were in two different worlds. "He looks completely fine," someone said in a low voice. In the eyes of the onlookers, Chern Zong's face was pale and his breath was weak, but his eyes were clear and bright as the sword light. "Brother, how do you feel?" Chen Chu-yun asked with concern. Li Zhenshi and the others were also nervous. "I'm fine." Chen Zong tried hard to squeeze out a smile on his face, but it was still a little stiff. He had not smiled for a few days, so he was not used to it. "It's good that you're fine. Go back and rest." Bai Yushan and Bai Yulo's faces were extremely gloomy. Looking at Chern Zong's back, they were almost dripping with water. "Damn it, he's still alive after 8 days of confinement." Bai Yulo clenched his fists and secretly cursed. Compared to Bai Yulo, Bai Yushan was more thoughtful. After 8 days of confinement, Chern Zong was still not defeated. This was a very scary person. Now that things had gotten to this point, they had to find a chance to get rid of him. Otherwise, he might become a big problem in the future. Chern Zong had left, but he was still alive after 8 days of confinement. It seemed that he was not affected much. He was destined to become a legend. After confirming again and again, Chern Chu-yun and the others were finally relieved. Chern Zong was indeed fine. It was just that he had been in that kind of environment for a long time, so he was more or less affected. He could adjust after some rest. As long as his body was fine and his mind and willpower were not corroded, then other small problems would not be a big problem. "Brother Chern, what is it like to be confined in a black room?" Li Zhenshi saw that Chern Zong was in a good condition and was not affected much, so he asked with a smile. Chen Kaiwei and the others also had curious looks on their faces. "You can't see, you can't hear, you can't feel anything. It's very boring, lonely. It's inconvenient to cultivate. Distracting thoughts can easily grow and magnify, and you can't call out to the heavens or the earth." Chern Zong tried his best to describe that feeling with concise word. Between the ups and downs of his tone, he brought Li Zhenshi and the others into that feeling. "Rest well, brother. Tomorrow we will challenge the mechanism building," Chen Chu-yun said. "The mechanism building is about to open?" Chern Zong was surprised. The mechanism building was a special feature of the Seven Lights Martial Academy, but it was not usually opened. It seemed that it only opened once a year. "Yes." Li Zhenshi nodded. "Unfortunately, I've just recovered from my injuries. It's not suitable for me to fight yet." Challenging the mechanism building is not only a form of training, but also a reward. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Chen Chu-yun said. "What kind of reward?" Chern Zong's heart skipped a beat. "There are a total of 3 mechanism buildings. They are the wood dummy building, iron dummy building, and bronze dummy building." Chen Chu-yun said, "The wood dummy building is the least difficult, and the bronze dummy building is the most difficult. This time, the first 10 people to challenge the wood dummy building will be rewarded. The 10th to the 4th place will be rewarded with a great scarlet blood pill and the right to choose a middle-grade human rank art or martial art, respectively. They will also be rewarded with corresponding jade coins. The 10th place will be rewarded with 10,000 white jade coins, the 9th place will be rewarded with 20,000 white jade coins, and so on. The 4th place will be rewarded with 70,000 white jade coins." "What about the top 3? Chern Zong's eyes lit up. If the 4th to the 10th place were the same, then the top 3 should be rewarded even more. The 3rd place will be rewarded with 100,000 white jade coins, 2 great scarlet blood pills, and the right to choose a high-grade human rank art or martial art." Chern Zong's eyes lit up even more when he heard the reward. Right now, what he needed the most was the white jade coins. As long as he had enough white jade coins, he would not have to sell the blood-sinking jade essence. After all, the longer he wore the blood-sinking jade essence, the more obvious the benefits would be. The second place will be rewarded with 200,000 white jade coins, 3 great scarlet blood pills, and the right to choose a high-grade human rank art or martial art. The first place will be rewarded with the highest reward, 300,000 white jade coins, a precious iron weapon, 5 great scarlet blood pills, and the right to choose a high-grade human rank art or martial art. 300,000 white jade coins. A precious iron weapon. Chen Zong's heart pounded with excitement. At present, he already had a little more than 1,300,000 white jade coins. If he could get the first place, he would have another 300,000 white jade coins, which would be 1,600,000. He would be even closer to 1,800,000 white jade coins. He could think of other ways to get the remaining 200,000 white jade coins. In addition, a precious iron weapon was like a precious iron sword to him, which was undoubtedly stronger than a precious iron sword. If he did not have enough white jade coins by then, he could sell the precious iron sword and gather 1,800,000 white jade coins. The reward for passing the Iron Man Tower will be even higher. The 10th to the 4th place will all be rewarded with a blood essence pill and the right to choose a high-grade human rank art or martial art. They will also be rewarded with 30,000 white jade coins, 60,000 white jade coins, 90,000 white jade coins, 150,000 white jade coins, 180,000 white jade coins, and 210,000 white jade coins. The third place will be rewarded with 2 blood essence pills and the right to choose a high-grade human rank art or martial art, a precious iron weapon, and 300,000 white jade coins. The second place will be rewarded with 3 blood essence pills and the right to choose a high-grade human rank art or martial art, a precious iron weapon, and 400,000 white jade coins. The first place will be rewarded with 5 blood essence pills and the right to choose a high-grade human rank art or martial art, a precious iron weapon, a gold silk inner armor, and 500,000 white jade coins. The gold silk inner armor sounded like an enhanced version of the silver silk inner armor, but the difference between the two was obvious. The silver silk inner armor could weaken 1,000 pounds of force, defend against the sharpness of common iron weapons, and weaken the sharpness of fine iron weapons. The gold silk inner armor was even stronger. It could weaken a force of 3,000 pounds, completely defend against the sharpness of fine iron weapons, and weaken the sharpness of precious iron weapons, greatly increasing a martial artist's survivability. The value of the gold silk inner armor was very high. It was comparable to a precious iron weapon, and it was not easy to buy. If you can pass the Bronze Man Tower, you can directly become a disciple of the Tianyao Hall, and the rewards will be even greater. Open the Wood Man Tower first, then the Iron Man Tower, and finally the Bronze Man Tower. The rewards can be stacked. Wouldn't the rewards be monopolized by those powerful and powerful disciples? Amidst his excitement, Chen Zong calmed down. When he thought of this, he realized that he had some strength, but it was nothing in the entire Seven Lights Martial Academy. There were plenty of people who were stronger than him. Any Blood Chi Realm disciple can challenge it, but disciples who have passed the Wood Man Tower in the past and disciples who have reached the 9th level of the Blood Chi Realm will not be included in the rankings. No matter which mechanism tower a Tianyao Hall disciple challenges, they will not be included in the rankings. Chen Zong immediately nodded when he heard this. This way, the top 10 would not be monopolized by disciples who had reached the 9th level of the Blood Chi Realm. The difficulty of the mechanism tower is very high. Most 7th level Blood Chi Realm disciples will not be able to pass the Woodman Tower, most 8th level Blood Chi Realm disciples will not be able to pass the Iron Man Tower, and most 9th level Blood Chi Realm disciples will not be able to pass the Bronze Man Tower, Chen Chuyun concluded. What time does it start tomorrow? Chen Zong asked. 9 o'clock in the morning. After a brief conversation, Chen Zong and the others left one after another to let Chen Zong have a better rest. With my strength, I should be able to pass the Woodman Tower. Getting into the top 10 is not an illusion. Even getting into the top 3 is not an extravagant hope. Chen Zong thought to himself. Although his cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Blood Qi realm and had yet to reach the late stage, his strength was much stronger than many 8th level Blood Qi realm disciples. As for the Iron Man Tower, Chen Zong was not sure how difficult it was. He was not confident that he could pass it, and even if he could, he was not sure if he could get into the top 10. Chapter 98. The sun was shining brightly and the wind was strong. A large number of disciples walked out of the 7 halls and headed to the octagonal dojo before heading to the mechanism building. Chen Zong, Chen Chuyun, Li Zhenshi, and the others walked together. From afar, they saw a huge brown wooden building standing on the ground. The wooden building seemed to be quite tall, about 10 meters tall. It was also very wide and long, probably over 1,000 meters. It was squarish and looked like a huge wooden box on the ground. Outside the entrance of the wooden dummy tower, behind a red line, there were 4 wooden dummies standing in 4 directions. Each of them was 2 meters tall and had 2 arms. There were a total of 10 groups of 4. Some of them were empty-handed, while others were holding hardwood swords. Their cold appearance made Chen Zong very curious. Can they move? Chen Zong couldn't help but wonder. Someone beside him asked directly. Of course they can. You'll know when you see it later, some of the older disciples said proudly, seemingly showing off. Those who want to challenge the wooden dummy building must first pass the test. This test is to pass through the 4 wooden dummies. Take note that the wooden dummies are very powerful. Those who are not confident should not attempt it. Otherwise they will be injured, a deacon said. One of the deacons said, in addition, the disciples who have challenged the Wooden Man Tower in the past should not participate, so as not to waste time. But you can challenge the Wooden Man Tower first to get the feeling and prepare for the Iron Man Tower later. Divide into 10 groups and line up. As the deacon's voice fell, the disciples who had not yet challenged the wooden dummy building lined up in front of the 10 groups of wooden dummies. Some of the disciples who had challenged the wooden dummy building in the past stood aside as spectators, while others walked into the wooden dummy building with great interest. They wanted to try it out and get a feel for the iron dummy building in the future. The so-called challenge of the wooden dummy building meant that one had successfully challenged it. Chen Chuyun had done it last year. She was one of the few disciples who had challenged the wooden dummy building at the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Now, she had entered the wooden dummy building again to prepare for the iron dummy building. As for Chen Zong, Chen Chuyun firmly believed that he could pass the wooden dummy building and might even be able to get into the top 10. Chen Zong was in the 7th group and could see the test of the others in front of him. The person at the front of the 10 rows of disciples walked towards the 4 wooden dummies. As soon as he crossed the red line, the wooden dummies, which were originally as still as trees, moved one after another and immediately attacked. His movements are stiff, but his speed is very fast. Chen Zong saw it clearly. Some of the disciples who stepped into the attack range of the wooden golems immediately used their footwork or body movement to dodge, some counterattacked, and some defended. Each of them used different methods. Just as Chen Zong had seen, the wooden puppet's movements were stiff. After all, it was made of wood. Although it was not as flexible as a real human, it was very fast. Its attack was also very simple and direct, without any trick. If it was just a single wooden puppet, all of the disciples would have been able to dodge it. However, with 4 wooden puppets attacking at the same time, their speed was extremely fast, making it 10 times harder to dodge. Immediately, someone was hit and sent flying. In the first batch of 10, only one of them passed through quickly. 6 of them were sent flying, and 3 of them were still struggling to hold on under the encirclement of 4 wooden puppets. After a while, one of the 3 was also forced back, unable to pass, while the other 2 successfully passed. Only 3 out of 10 passed. It's too difficult. The people who were waiting in line behind were all dumbfounded. The 10 disciples were all at Chi and Blood Realm level 7, but only 3 of them passed. The ratio was too low. One had to know that this was only a test, and they were not actually entering the wooden puppet tower. There were differences in difficulty. The second batch of 10 disciples walked into the red line, and the wooden puppets moved again. This time, it was better as 4 people passed. In the third batch, 5 people passed. In the fourth batch, 4 people passed. In the fifth batch of 10 disciples, one of them was particularly eye-catching. He was a disciple from Earth Illumination Clan. He looked high-spirited, as if he was the center of the crowd. His cultivation was at the beginning of Chi and Blood Realm level 8. Faced with the siege of 4 wooden puppets, he did not dodge. Instead, he punched out with both his fists. 4 consecutive punches caused the 4 wooden puppets to pause in their movement. Then, he walked past them calmly. He's so powerful. He's worthy of being the top new disciple of Earth Illumination Clan. From time to time, 1 or 2 people who performed exceptionally well would appear. Some of them had powerful attacks that could force the wooden puppets back, while others had extremely light and agile footwork that blew past like a gust of wind, causing the siege of the 4 wooden puppets to miss instantly. Batch after batch, it was soon Chen Zong's turn. After watching it many times, Chen Zong knew what was going on. The 4 wooden puppets' attack speed was very fast and their attack power was very strong. An ordinary Chi and Blood Realm level 7 would not be able to withstand it. Only those at Chi and Blood Realm level 8 would be able to withstand it. However, in order to repel them, one would have to be stronger. The wooden puppets' weakness was also very obvious, which was that their movements were stiff. There was almost no change to them, and they were straightforward. Not only were their attacks the same, but their movements were also irregular. As soon as he stepped into the red line, a strong wind whistled. The 4 wooden puppets attacked from 4 directions in an instant. They were armed with wooden sabers and wooden swords, and their power was astonishing. If he was hit, Chen Zong felt that he would not be able to withstand it. However, the test was only to pass through the siege of the 4 wooden puppets. Any method would do. In a flash, Chen Zong integrated the exquisiteness of the wind stepping steps into his footwork. As if there was a gust of wind around him, Chen Zong's figure lightly passed through the attacks of the 4 wooden puppets. He appeared on the other side and passed directly. Brother Chen is indeed amazing. Li Jinsher smiled. Another one who passed in an instant. That's amazing. Suddenly, the disciples who passed the test easily looked at Chen Zong's face, as if they wanted to see through him. Although this was only a qualification test to challenge the wooden puppet tower, they could more or less see some clues. For example, the time taken to pass and the difficulty level were all closely related to one's ability. There was no doubt that those who could pass the test easily and instantly were strong competitors for the top 10. One more meant that the competition would be greater. Bai Yushan, Bai Yulo, and the others' faces became gloomier. They looked at Chen Zong. In the depths of Bai Yushan's eyes, there was a flash of killing intent. Chen Zong happened to catch it. Bai Yushan's ability shouldn't be inferior to Zhang Ying's. I can't defeat him yet, Chen Zong thought to himself. On the other side, while the disciples were taking the test batch by batch, the others had already entered the wooden puppet tower. However, Chen Zong couldn't see what was going on. Yu Qian from Earth Illumination Clan is really amazing. He passed in less than 5 minutes. I heard that his cultivation base is at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 8. He's strong enough to be on par with some Qi and Blood Realm level 9. Of course, he's amazing. The second one is out. Who's that? Rakshasa Sword Chen Chuyun from Sword Illumination Clan. Chern Zong was quite surprised. He didn't expect Sister Yun to be so strong. Humph, that's nothing. I heard that the iron puppet tower is many times more difficult than the wooden puppet tower. That's the only way to test who's stronger. That's true. Challenging the wooden puppet tower is just a warm-up. Many people haven't shown their true abilities yet. You're Chen Zong? The one who was punished by confinement because he broke into Martial Illumination Clan and injured people? The first new disciple of Earth Illumination Clan, Bai Mingzi, walked up to him with a scrutinizing look. What's the matter? Chen Zong asked. Nothing. I heard that you've been in the limelight recently. That's why I came to see you. Bai Mingzi's sharp eyes stared at Chen Zong from top to bottom. It was as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. Immediately, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. But now it seems that you're very ordinary. I'm a little disappointed. I'll give you a surprise when we challenge the wooden puppet tower. Chen Zong replied casually. Oh, can I take it that you're challenging me? Bai Mingzi's left eyebrow twitched. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You can take it that way. Chen Zong's words were sharp. Good, you've got guts. But I'll use facts to tell you that no matter how much fun you make, if you don't have enough strength, you're no different from a clown on the stage. Bai Mingzi's words were sharp and blunt. When the crowd heard their conversation, they became excited for no reason. There was going to be a good show to watch. Bai Mingzi's provocation did not cause any trouble for Chen Zong. His current target was an opponent at the level of Bai Yushan and Zhanaying. Bai Mingzi might be talented and powerful, but he could only run amok at Blood Qi Realm level 8. At most, he was comparable to a normal Blood Qi Realm level 9. Chen Zong, who had been confined in the Black Room for 8 days, had experienced the collapse of his willpower and had undergone a metamorphosis. His strength would only increase. To be honest, Chen Zong was not sure how strong he was now without using his full strength. Batch after batch of disciples participated in the test. The most successful batch was 5 disciples who passed and 5 who failed. There was only one chance. Those who failed were naturally not qualified to challenge the wooden dummy tower. In the end, all 10 teams of disciples completed the test. About 30% of them passed. This time, there were more than 1,800 disciples who participated in the test. 40% was about 600 people. However, it was unknown how many of these 600 people could really challenge the wooden dummy tower. Alright, those who did not pass the test can only wait for the next test. The warden swept his gaze and said, Those who pass the test, prepare yourselves. When I call the start, the ranking will begin. Whether or not you can get into the top 10 will depend on your own ability. You should know that the real wooden dummy tower is many times more difficult than the test. Take note, if you can't pass the wooden dummy tower in 15 minutes, you'll fail. So far, the fastest record for passing the wooden dummy tower is 4 minutes. Also, you have to understand that the wooden dummies have no consciousness and do not have the concept of mercy. If you're not careful, not only will you be injured, you might even be killed. The warden's words immediately made many people's faces change. In their minds, no one would die in the mechanical dummy tower. At most, they would be injured. There are 2 ways to avoid being killed. One is to give up and not enter the mechanical dummy tower. The other is to lie down when you feel that something is wrong. As long as you lie down, you won't be attacked. Also, you can crawl out of the mechanical dummy tower to the side, which is also considered a failure. Those who did not pass the mechanical dummy tower immediately remembered it clearly. Maybe it would come in handy in the future. Chapter 99. Thanks to Hero 778999 for the 5500 reward, I have 12 more monthly vote. Happy Lantern Festival! I'm the first. Get out of the way. More than 600 people burst out at an incredible speed, like eagles spreading their wings, riding the wind, or like cheetahs, rushing towards the open door of the wooden dummy tower. The door was 5 meters high and 10 meters wide, and could accommodate 20 to 30 people at the same time. However, there were more than 600 people, and everyone wanted to be the first to enter. After all, entering earlier would mean an advantage. It was not always said that one would win at the starting line. Although it was not absolute, there was still a certain logic to it. However, with more than 600 people, there would always be some who would be ahead and some who would be behind. Whether or not one could enter earlier would depend on one's ability and luck. Squeezing in the crowd, Chernzong's footsteps were light, as if there was a breeze around him. He had integrated the essence of the wind step into it, making him even more agile. He shuttled through the gaps between the crowd and quickly approached the door of the wooden dummy tower, becoming one of the first 20 or so people to enter. Bai Mingze was very aggressive. His movement was direct, and everyone in front of him was pushed to the sides by him. He also became one of the first 20 or so people to enter. As soon as Chernzong stepped into the wooden dummy tower, he was shocked. There were 10 paths in front of him, and each path was separated by a meter-wide dark ditch. On the left and right sides of the dark ditch, there were wooden dummies one after another. They looked like thousands of soldiers in a battle formation. They were imposing and strict, and had an inexplicable aura and deterrence. Chernzong did not hesitate at all. Since he was the first batch to enter and had a lead over the majority, he had to maintain this lead. Thus, he immediately rushed toward the passageway in front of him. I'd like to see how you can surprise me. Bai Mingze saw Chernzong rush into the 7th path, and without any hesitation, he sneered and also rushed towards the 7th path. Then, one figure after another flashed and rushed towards the 10 path. The number of wooden dummies in each path was the same, and their attacking methods were also the same. No matter which path they went through, their ultimate goal was to get out of the wooden dummy tower. As long as they were the first 10 to make it out, they would be listed in the top 10 and be rewarded. More than 600 people surged into the 10 tunnels like a school of fish. Calmly, each tunnel had more than 60 people. As soon as he stepped into the tunnel, a wooden puppet immediately slashed at him with a wooden blade. The blade wind whistled. The power of this blade was very strong, enough to split open rocks. Chernzong didn't want to collide with it. Instead, he took a step forward, his body as light as a swinging willow. He instantly avoided the chopping of the wooden saber and bypassed the wooden puppet. The wooden golem was very fast and its attack power was also very strong. However, its weakness was obvious. Its movements were stiff and not flexible enough. Its reaction speed was also not that fast. Scram! After that, Bai Mingze rushed over and punched out. His fist was so powerful that it seemed to be able to shatter the earth. He directly pushed the wooden puppet back and rushed past it to chase after Chernzong. Stay here. Bai Mingze rushed towards Chernzong and punched at Chernzong's back. The terrifying fist power shattered the air and brought along a shocking whistling sound. It fiercely hit Chernzong's back. Even if Chernzong was a stone puppet, he would still be crushed. Chernzong didn't turn around. However, it seemed like he had eyes on his back. He flashed and directly made Bai Mingze's fist miss. At the same time, 2 wooden puppets appeared in front of them. They held wooden swords and stabbed at Chernzong. They were also dodged by Chernzong and stabbed at Bai Mingze. Another wooden puppet next to him also punched at Bai Mingze, causing him to be attacked from 3 directions. All of you scram! Bai Mingze roared and punched out continuously. He forcefully blocked the attacks of the 3 wooden puppets and pushed them back. However, because of this delay, someone immediately rushed up and overtook him. Damn it! Bai Mingze was very angry. He used his footwork and leaped forward like a fierce tiger. He directly sent the person who dared to overtake him flying into the dark tunnel and disqualified him. Chunzong, stop right there! With a roar, Bai Mingze once again approached Chunzong. There were more wooden puppets in front of him, and Bai Mingze chasing after him from behind. It could be described as a wolf in front and a tiger in behind. However, Chunzong was not afraid at all. After 8 days of confinement in the dark room, from the initial perseverance to the collapse and then to the recovery, it brought about a spiritual transformation. It also allowed him to grasp the space around him more accurately and clearly. His body also became more agile. With light and quick steps, he quickly moved away from Bai Mingze's attack and the encirclement of 4 wooden puppets in front of him. He continued to move forward and was far in the lead in this tunnel. Bai Mingze was so angry that he was about to explode. He was so furious that he immediately used a ranked martial art. Under the eruption of his qi and blood, his fists were like meteorites falling from the sky. He forcefully broke the wooden sword and saber that were attacking him. In the other 9 tunnels there were also people who were far in the lead. Tang Junluo was in the 3rd tunnel, but he was slightly behind. However, he was using his strength and slowly overtaking the others. As a martial disciple, he had refined his qi and blood 8 times, which gave him an extraordinary foundation. He was gradually showing his talent and was quite famous in the military hall. Chunzong realized that the further he went, the more wooden puppets there were. The attacks were also more concentrated and more difficult. However, to him, it was just a matter of using 1 or 2 parts of his strength. It was not much of a hindrance. With his light body and agile footwork, he had not used his sword yet. Bai Mingze followed closely behind and displayed his amazing strength. He was only 1 step away from Chunzong. He repeatedly attacked, but every time he missed. His anger continued to accumulate and become stronger. Those who caught up from behind became Bai Mingze's punching bags. They were either pushed back or beaten into the dark trench. Of course, there were also some who underestimated the difficulty of the wooden puppet tower. They could not withstand the joint attacks of the wooden puppets and were immediately injured. In order to avoid being beaten to death, they could only immediately lie on the ground and quickly move to the dark trench, giving up on the wooden puppet tower. It could be said that not even a quarter of the wooden puppet tower had been completed, and there were already hundreds of people who had failed. Bai Mingze, get out of my way. Otherwise, I won't be polite. A peak qi and blood realm martial artist caught up from behind, but was blocked by Bai Mingze's fist. He could not help but be annoyed. Come and try. Bai Mingze was furious. Let's try. I'm not afraid of you. This person was even more annoyed. He immediately attacked with both his palms. It was like a raging wave. 1 palm, 1 wave, 1 wave. All of them were aimed at Bai Mingze. I'll grant you your wish. Bai Mingze was filled with anger and had yet to vent it. He sneered and punched out with both his fists. A rumbling sound was heard. It was as if a huge meteorite had fallen from the sky. The force was heavy and ferocious. It shattered the waves and fiercely bombarded the opponent's palms. With a bang, the force of the impact overflowed. It was not without reason that Bai Mingze was known as the top newcomer of Earth Illumination Clan. Not only was his cultivation level the first to reach Qi and Blood Realm martial artists' 8th level, but his strength was also extremely strong among Qi and Blood Realm martial artists. Moreover, in the Blood Realm, the difference in strength between the early, middle, late, and peak stages of each cultivation level was not obvious. With both his fists, Bai Mingze repelled the opponent. However, the opponent's strength was not weak either. He did not fall into the dark trench. After adjusting himself, he chased after Bai Mingze again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, someone nimbly bypassed Bai Mingze from the side and quickly overtook him. You're courting death. Bai Mingze was furious. His qi and blood force erupted. He threw out an earth-shattering punch, causing the Peak Chi and Blood Realm martial artist to vomit blood and retreat. Bai Mingze immediately chased after him and threw out a punch. That person finally managed to get second place in this passage. He was right behind Chen Zong, but he was besieged by several wooden puppets. As he paused in his steps, Bai Mingze charged at him from behind. Unable to block, he could only dodge. He was careless and was swept by the strong fist wind, falling directly into the dark trench. Chen Zong, just you wait. With a roar, Bai Mingze repelled the wooden puppets and chased after him again. It had to be said that Bai Mingze's strength was indeed very strong. Up until now, he had been fighting head-on, constantly repelling the wooden puppets' attack. If it was not for the fact that he had to stop the others, he would not have stopped at all. Chen Zong heard it but did not care. From the beginning, he did not treat Bai Mingze as an opponent. This was not blind arrogance, but a kind of confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. It was a trust in his own strength and ability. As a martial artist, one must have confidence, especially in oneself. It was a kind of trust. If one did not even trust himself, what else could he rely on? This was especially true for those who practiced the sword. The sword was in one's hand, but it was also in one's heart. Without trust, how could one display the sharpness of the sword to the extreme? Chen Zong was definitely going to get into the top 10 of the wooden puppet tower. In fact, his goal was to get into the top 3, aiming straight for first place. Once again, he escaped from the encirclement of 9 wooden puppets. In front of him was a circular open space with nothing. After passing through the open space, there were 10 intersecting passages that looked even more complicated. This was the second half of the wooden puppet tower. Chen Zong was not the first to rush out of the first half of the passage. There was another person who was one step ahead of him. Chen Zong did not know who he was, so he kept a low profile. Then, a few more people quickly rushed out. These people looked at each other and rushed forward without hesitation. They wanted to rush into the second half of the wooden puppet tower. The first half was the beginning of the competition, and the second half was the end of the competition. To get into the top 10, the second half was very important. Last year, when I was about to pass the wooden puppet tower, I deliberately stopped because I could not get into the top 10. Now, the first place is mine. The first person to rush out of the first half of the passage was called Bai Gu. He secretly thought that he had trained hard for a year, and this time, he would succeed. Although he thought so, Bai Gu did not dare to let down his guard. The other people's performance was outstanding. They were only a bit slower than him in the first half of the passage. They were a big threat. If he was not careful, he might be overtaken. Soon, Bai Mingze and the others also caught up. Bai Mingze was full of resentment and hatred towards Chen Zong. He was furious and chased after him fiercely. However, to be able to get into the second half of the wooden puppet tower, although there was a bit of luck involved, there was more strength and ability. In this case, even if Bai Mingze was very strong, he could not suppress everyone. And to get into the top 10, not only would they get a substantial reward, but they would also gain a great reputation. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Who would not want to? Chapter 100. First update. The world was a huge Vanity Fair. People who lived in the world chased after fame and fortune all their lives. Being indifferent to fame and fortune and having a pure heart and few desires was not something an ordinary person could do. Or rather, it could be said that it was not something an ordinary person could do. It was either a person without ambition or a person who had experienced hardships and seen through the affairs of the mortal world. As a warrior, one had to consume all kinds of resources to cultivate, whether it was given by others or obtained by oneself. To put it bluntly, one had to fight for it through one's own efforts. That was profit. If one wanted to get more resources, he had to attract more attention. That was fame. Fame and fortune were the pursuit of every warrior, whether intentional or not. Chunzong found that the second half of the wooden dummy tower was more difficult than the first half. He was attacked by a wooden dummy with 4 arms. On the 4 arms, one held a saber, one held a sword, and the other 2 were empty. They attacked Chunzong fiercely from 4 directions. They were fast, direct, and fierce, and more than twice as powerful as the wooden dummy with 2 arms. Chunzong still did not use his sword. His figure flashed, and he shuttled through the wooden dummy's 4 arms. What greeted him was a gust of wind. Shockingly, 2 wooden golems with 4 arms were charging over. The pattern of wooden dummies in the wooden dummy tower was that there would be 1 wooden dummy at the beginning, then 2, then 3, and so on until there were 10 wooden dummies in the end. The first half was like this, and the second half was probably similar. It was clear, but the difficulty was still there. It was known that the wooden dummies could cooperate with each other. The more wooden dummies there were, the tighter their cooperation. When there were so many wooden dummies to a certain extent, the encirclement of the wooden dummies was almost impenetrable. Many people could rely on their dexterous body movements to dodge at the beginning, but in the end they had to fight back. In the first half, more than 200 people were eliminated, and most of them still did not pass. Only a small number of people, less than 100, entered the second half. Chunzong found that when the 4 wooden dummies with 4 arms besieged him, the pressure was no less than that of the 10 wooden dummies with 2 arms besieging him in the first half. His footsteps were quick, but they were not messy at all. Instead, they were calm and at ease. No matter if it was a frontal attack, an attack from the sides, or an attack from the back, Chunzong could sense it and react quickly to avoid it. Bai Gu chose a different route from Chunzong's, but there was a gap between them. Through the gap, he could see Chunzong's situation. He was shocked. Chunzong's agile figure and footwork were even better than his. He could not help but feel pressured. Bai Ming's strength was indeed amazing. He chased after Chunzong again. When he was about to attack Chunzong again, Chunzong's figure slipped forward, bypassing the siege of the 4 four-armed wooden men, and moved forward again. There were 5 four-armed wooden golems in front of him. As soon as they attacked, a terrible pressure pressed down on Chunzong, which was more than 30% stronger than before. It made it difficult for him to breathe. However, it was not enough for Chunzong to attack. He could still cope with it with his body movement and footwork. Moving back and forth, left and right, Chunzong got rid of the attacks of the 5 wooden men. He seized a fleeting gap and passed through. Chunzong is really scary. He hasn't drawn his sword yet. Bai Gu was even more surprised. He immediately said to himself, "No, Chunzong is not on good terms with the Bai family. I can't let him take the lead." He sped up and passed the 5 wooden men. He was at the same level as Chunzong, but he had already drawn his saber. The saber light was sharp and fierce, repelling the wooden men's attacks. He wanted to fight for the first place. The pressure of the 6 four-armed wooden golems was 30% stronger than that of the 5 wooden men. The increment of 30% was very obvious and very terrifying. Chunzong still did not draw his sword. He wanted to challenge his limits and see how much the 8 days of confinement in the Black Room had changed him. He wanted to see how much he had changed. The 6 four-armed wooden golems attacked from all directions. A total of 24 arms slashed at him with wooden sabers and wooden swords. Although their movements were stiff, they were very fast and powerful. If he was hit, his bones and tendons would be broken and he would be injured. Once he was injured, he would not be able to maintain his best condition. At that time, it was very likely that he would be defeated. The pressure of the 6 four-armed wooden golems was undoubtedly very strong. Chunzong kept moving, swaying his body, and increasing his perception to the extreme. After being transformed by the mysterious sword point, his potential seemed to have been unlocked. His perception surpassed that of ordinary people. After 8 days of confinement in the dark room, he went through the transformation from resisting to collapsing to calmly facing the attack. He did not need to look. His ears could hear all the subtle sounds around him clearly and distinguish them carefully. He did not need to listen. Just by feeling, he could sense the distance between various things and himself. Of course, it was only limited to a certain range of a few meters. Beyond a few meters, Chen Zong would not be able to sense it. This was already very impressive. One had to know that even a martial artist in the qi refining realm would find it difficult to do so. This had nothing to do with the level of cultivation or strength. It was a kind of ability. Some people might be born with it, while others might be acquired by chance. Bai Mingzi chased after Chen Zong again. He was at the same level as Chen Zong. His fists took the opportunity to fiercely attack Chen Zong. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he threw out 6 punches from different angles. They just happened to fill the gaps between the 6 wooden golems' attack. For a moment, the pressure on Chen Zong increased sharply. His perception was affected because of this. It was as if the air around him was distorted and began to blur. When stepping steps, from the beginning until now, Chen Zong finally broke out the power of qi and blood and used the human-level martial arts. His body was like the wind and his footsteps were even faster. In the blink of an eye, he escaped from Bai Mingzi's 6 punches and the siege of the 6 four-armed wooden golems. Chen Zong used the wind-stepping steps of the refinement realm more deeply and exquisitely. After passing the 6 four-armed wooden golems, Chen Zong stepped into the encirclement of the 7 four-armed wooden golems. The pressure on him increased sharply again. This level of pressure had obviously interfered with Chen Zong's perception. Mountain blade. Bai Gu roared. Steady and heavy blade light surrounded him. One blade after another seemed slow, but it was continuous. It was as if small mountains were coiling around his body. After blocking all the attacks of the 6 wooden golems, he stepped into the encirclement of the 7 four-armed wooden golems almost at the same time as Chen Zong. He did not give an inch. There were a few others who were only a hair's breadth away. They were extremely competitive and brought even more pressure. It was very difficult to get first place. If one was not careful, it would become someone else's. However, the reward for the first place was the best. Everyone wanted it. Whether it was 300,000 white jade coins or a precious iron weapon, everything was very attractive. Damn it! Seeing that Chen Zong had taken the lead again, Bai Mingzi was even more furious. He attacked the four-armed wooden golems with both his fists, but he did not back down. I have no choice but to use my sword. The pressure from the 7 four-armed wooden golems blurred his perception. It was not easy to avoid them with the wind-stepping steps of the refinement realm. The sword light flashed 3 times, and the attacks of the 3 four-armed wooden golems were immediately blocked. The pressure was greatly reduced. Chen Zong's footsteps were light and his body was agile. He was like a willow in the wind, swaying as he moved. He broke away from the encirclement of the 7 four-armed wooden golems and moved forward again, entering the encirclement of the 8 four-armed wooden golems. The pressure increased by 30% again. Even breathing became difficult, and his perception was even more blurred. The 32 arms turned into fierce attack. They were densely packed in all directions. It would make one dizzy just by looking at them. Chen Zong used his sword. Because of his fast speed, his arms turned into phantoms. The sword light flashed again and again, blocking the attacks of the wooden golems and reducing the pressure on him. However, there were 8 four-armed wooden golems. Under the encirclement, their fierce attacks were continuous and dense. It was not easy to defend against them. Chen Zong's sword was like lightning, like thunder, and suddenly like a gust of wind. However, it did not carry the essence of the after-image sword art. The wooden golems were different from humans and demonic beasts. They did not have any consciousness. They were a kind of lifeless object. They would only attack according to a set pattern. The shadows of the after-image sword art could not confuse them. Without the essence of the after-image sword art, the sword seemed to be purer and sharper. On the other side, Baigu used his blade to fight with the 8 four-armed wooden golems, blocking all of their attacks. Bai Mingze also broke away from the attacks of the 7 four-armed wooden golems. He rushed forward and rushed towards Chen Zong. At the same time, Chen Zong seized the opportunity to block the attack of one of the 4-armed wooden golems. He opened up a gap and used the wind stepping step. With one step, he was ahead of Bai Mingze once again. Bai Mingze's face was gloomy. He did not say anything and used all his strength to defend against the attacks of the 8 four-armed wooden golems. The pressure from the 9 four-armed wooden golems was even more intense and terrifying. The air became chaotic and rippled like water, creating layers of ripples. 36 ferocious attacks came. Chen Zong moved and dodged while blocking with his sword. The materials chosen for each wooden golem were very hard and had been soaked. The surface looked like it was smeared with a layer of molten iron. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for the sword to cut through it. It would only leave some scars. Of course, it was not impossible to cut through it. However, one would have to use a stronger force. That would delay one's time and cause one to be hit by the other wooden golems. It was very disadvantageous. The purpose of challenging the wooden golem tower was to pass through it, not to destroy the wooden golems. If one's purpose was to destroy the wooden golems, they would probably be exhausted before they could destroy all the wooden golems. It was the same for Qi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artists. Finally, Chen Zong stepped into the encirclement of the 10 four-armed wooden golems. For the first time, he was ahead of Baigu. No, the first place must be mine. Baigu growled and unleashed an even stronger force. In an instant, he slashed 9 times in a row. Each slash was ferocious and powerful. Under the 9 slashes, a 4-armed wooden golem's arm was immediately chopped off. The tyrannical power of the slash caused the wooden golem to pause slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Baigu took a step forward and entered the encirclement of the 10 four-armed wooden golems. "It's time to use my full strength," Baigu muttered to himself. His body trembled and his aura suddenly increased by 30%. His slashes were even stronger. The 10 four-armed wooden golems were the last hurdle. As long as he broke through, he would be at the exit of the wooden golem tower. There was no need to hold back anymore. Chapter 101. Outside the exit of the Wooden Man Tower, in addition to the deacons who were in charge of the Wooden Man Tower, there were also many disciples who had failed the previous test and were not qualified to enter the Wooden Man Tower. Who do you think will be the first to challenge the Wooden Dummy Tower this time? It's hard to say. There are a few strong new disciples, and there are also some old disciples who are hiding their strength. I'm curious if anyone can break the previous record of our academy. I don't think so. 4 minutes to challenge the Wooden Dummy Tower, and this is the record from 10 years ago. That senior brother has already entered the 4 great academies. He is probably an expert in the strength refining realm. The 4 great academies. It would be great if I could enter them. The 4 great academies are not a place you can enter just because you want to. I think there are only a few people who can enter the 4 great academies in our academy. That's too far away from us. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 minutes had passed. No one had broken the record from 10 years ago. After a while, 2 figures rushed out of the Wooden Dummy Tower at the same time. They were extremely fast and appeared in front of everyone. Baigu, Chen Zong. They both rushed out at the same time. Are they going to tie for first place? Impossible. There can only be one first place. Only one of them can be first and the other can be second. As everyone was discussing, the third figure rushed out. It was Bai Mingzi. He was only a little faster than the fourth person. He almost didn't get the third place. Even so, Bai Mingzi was not happy at all. His face was gloomy as he stared at Chen Zong. It was as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between them. You two came out at the same time, but you can't tie for first place. There must be one first and one second. The deacon looked at Chen Zong and Bai Gu and said, "There are two ways for you to choose. The first is for you two to challenge the wooden dummy tower again and decide who is first and second. The second is for you two to fight. The winner will be first and the loser will be second." "I choose the second option. Chen Zong, do you dare to fight me?" Bai Gu's eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared at Chen Zong. His tone was provocative. Bai Gu was from ultimate martial main cities by family. Chen Zong was at odds with Bai Yulo and Bai Yushan, and had even injured Bai Xingyu. In Bai Gu's eyes, Chen Zong was an enemy. He wanted to defeat Chen Zong with his own hands. "I'm fine with it." Chen Zong did not mind. Whether it was to challenge the wooden dummy tower again or to fight Bai Gu directly, he was fine with it. "The two of you must have used up a lot of energy to pass through the wooden dummy tower. Do you want to fight now or do you want to recover your strength first?" the deacon asked again. "Now," Bai Gu said concisely as he stared at Chen Zong. Chen Zong nodded. "Anything is fine. If that's the case, you may begin." The deacon waved his hand, indicating for the crowd to step back and make enough space for Bai Gu and Chen Zong. "Take my saber." Bai Gu roared, and his aura skyrocketed. He suddenly took a step forward and jumped up. His long saber shone with a shocking light as he slashed at Chen Zong with great force. The terrifying pressure came first. His right hand swayed and a sharp sword was unsheathed. The sharp sword gleam was like a bolt of lightning, but also like a cold star. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It bypassed the long saber and stabbed at Bai Gu. Bai Gu had no choice but to change his move. Chen Zong also changed his move accordingly. 1 saber, 4 transformations. 1 sword, 6 transformations. Bai Gu's saber skill attainment was astonishing. This was a level that very few people in the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy could reach. However, Chen Zong's sword skill attainment was hair-raising. The additional 2 transformations caused Bai Gu's expression to change drastically. He quickly swung his saber again and retreated at the same time. After a year of low-key training, Bai Gu's cultivation had not only reached the peak of the Blood Qi realm level 8, but his strength was also tyrannical. He belonged to the category where it was difficult to find an opponent in the Blood Qi realm level 8. He could even fight against an ordinary Blood Qi realm level 9 martial artist. He had rich combat experience and fast reflexes. 9 sabers of Mount Pan. The power of Blood Qi erupted. Suddenly, 9 sabers slashed out consecutively. As if at the same time, 9 powerful and ferocious saber gleams tore through the air and attacked Chen Zong from 9 directions. Before the saber gleams arrived, the terrifying aura of sharpness had already made it difficult for Chen Zong to breathe, and caused his hair to fly. "It's hard to find an opening." Chen Zong was a little surprised. All martial arts, unless it was cultivated to the minute subtlety realm, would have an opening. However, that was only relative. A martial art executed by a Blood Qi realm martial artist would definitely have an opening in the eyes of a Qi refining realm martial artist or even a true martial realm martial artist. Even if the technique was flawless, the lack of strength was a kind of opening. Chen Zong's eyesight was outstanding. In the Blood Qi realm, he would be able to see through the openings of martial arts that were not high enough. However, Bai Gu had trained hard for a year, and his saber skills had reached a very high level, with very few openings. He raised his sword, and it turned into a dazzling and lonely starlight. It pierced through the 3 saber gleams in front of him and pierced towards Bai Gu. The other saber gleams followed Chen Zong's swaying body and slashed from the side. The strong wind from the saber gleams left several meters long scratches on the ground. This was the lonely star illuminating the world. It had reached the small completion realm, and its power was even more powerful. It was also at the top level among the martial arts of the upper class of human rank. What's going on? Why do I feel abandoned and lonely when I see that sword gleam? Some people whose cultivation was not as high as Chen Zong's showed a desolate look. They felt abandoned and lonely. Those whose cultivation was higher than Chen Zong's were also affected. They felt that the people around them were moving away from them, and an indescribable sense of loneliness spread from the bottom of their hearts. What is this? The strength-refining deacon was not affected, but he could feel it. He was very shocked. When warriors were fighting, when one side was affected by the other, it meant that the rhythm was disrupted, and the attacks would be disrupted. It was very easy to be defeated or even killed. As the person involved, Bai Gu felt it most clearly. It was as if he had been abandoned in an instant. Everything around him had disappeared. Fortunately, his spiritual will had been sharpened by many battles, and he quickly came to his senses. However, it was too late. Chen Zong's sword was already at his throat. The coldness from the sword opened all the pores on his neck, and a chill spread all over his body. If it was a life-and-death battle, Chen Zong's sword could have killed him. Bai Gu's face stiffened. He did not expect that he would lose. Moreover, he lost in such a strange and thorough way. He lost to a person who had repeatedly brought trouble to the Bai family. Bai Yushan and Bai Yulo were both furious. They had hoped that Bai Gu could defeat Chen Zong. You won, Bai Gu said with a dry voice. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Your name is Chen Zong. Congratulations on being first. The reward will be given to you later. The deacon nodded and said with a good attitude. All right, the wooden dummy tower challenge has ended. The top 10 are qualified to challenge the iron dummy tower. However, you all need to recover your energy first, the deacon said. Chen Zong quickly circulated the true sword Heaven's supreme skill to speed up the recovery of his vitality. As for his physique, it was also recovering naturally. Among the crowd, Chen Chuyun nodded. There was a smile in his eyes that rippled like water. Li Zhenshi and the rest were overjoyed. As for Bai Yushan and Bai Yulo, they were the complete opposite. They stared at Chen Zong as if they wanted to kill Chen Zong with their eyes. How could this be? Bai Mingzi murmured. How could Chen Zong be so strong when he was only at the 7th level of the vitality realm? Originally, he wanted to challenge Chen Zong and provoke him to fight. He wanted to defeat Chen Zong and obtain the reward for being first. However, it seemed impossible now. Bai Gu was very strong. Bai Mingzi was not confident that he could defeat him, but he was easily defeated by Chen Zong. If he could not break Chen Zong's strange sword move, he would not be able to defeat him. Instead, he would be humiliating himself. Damn it! Bai Mingzi clenched his fist. He felt that everyone was laughing at him. When he recalled what he said to Chen Zong before challenging the wooden dummy tower, his cheeks burned as if someone had slapped him hard. This new disciple is not bad. Although he didn't manage to break the record from 10 years ago, he did manage to break the record for the past 10 years. I think he has a chance to pass through the Bronze Men Tower and enter our Tianyao Hall the next time the mechanism building opens. Not necessarily. A few Tianyao Hall disciples who came to watch the fun began to discuss. One of them stared at Chen Zong with a strange look in his eyes. His eyes were rolling as if he was thinking of something. Chen Zong looked over as if he sensed something. That person's eyes immediately returned to normal. Chen Zong did not notice anything unusual. Not long after, Chen Zong's vitality and physical strength were fully recovered. After some time, the deacon spoke again. Get ready to challenge the Iron Dummy Tower. The Iron Dummy Tower is similar to the Wooden Dummy Tower, but it is several times more difficult and dangerous. The possibility of injury and death is higher. Those who are afraid can choose not to challenge it. Most disciples challenged the wooden dummy tower, but there were relatively few disciples who could challenge the iron dummy tower. For example, last year, there were only slightly more than 100 disciples who could challenge the wooden dummy tower within the specified time. This time, there were less than 200 disciples who could challenge the wooden dummy tower. Only the top 10 disciples were qualified to challenge the iron dummy tower. In total, there were less than 200 disciples who could challenge the iron dummy tower. The exterior of the iron dummy tower was similar to the wooden dummy tower, but it was cast from iron. It was the same height as the wooden dummy tower, but it was only half the size. Even so, the aura emitted from the iron dummy tower was much stronger than the wooden dummy tower. The door of the iron dummy tower was wide open like the mouth of a giant beast, waiting for others to enter. Get ready. The deacon swept his gaze across the faces of the 100 disciples and waved his hand. Begin. As soon as the deacon finished speaking, the 100 disciples burst out with astonishing speed and rushed toward the door of the iron dummy tower. Among the 100 disciples, Chernzong's cultivation was the lowest. He was only at the 7th stage of the blood chi realm, and he was also the only one. The others were either at the 8th or 9th stage of the blood chi realm. To Chernzong, the 8th stage of the blood chi realm was still manageable. The 9th stage of the blood chi realm was very fast, so he quickly took the lead. Batch after batch of 9th stage blood chi realm martial artists charged into the iron dummy tower. Chernzong used the wind-treading steps of the refinement realm, but he was only the 3rd batch to enter. It was enough to show that the competition in the iron dummy tower this time was several times more intense than the wooden dummy tower. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.